हेलो। हाँ। हेलो। ठीक है। हेलो। 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 चेक चेक। हेलो। 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 ओके। अच्छा। ठीक है। कैमरा का फीड कहाँ जा रहा है? फीड कहाँ जा रहा है? सूरज, इसकी फीड कहाँ जा रही है कैमरे की? नीचे वाले कैमरे की फीड कहाँ जा रही है? हाँ। क्या? अरे ये वाला क्या कैमरा, नीचे वाला कैमरा का कैमरा जा रहा है। मुझे दिख नहीं रहा इसका कैमरे का फीड। ये कैमरा नीचे जो इस चेयर की तरफ दिख। हाँ देख ले। अच्छा। कभी भी नहीं आ रहा। तब चला है ना, पहले नहीं चल रहा था। हाँ। है। अच्छा। आउट करता हूँ।
ये ज्यादा नहीं होगा? अब आ गया। क्या रहा है इसमें, आवाज ही नहीं आ रही है।
Good evening, ma'am and sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Hello, this is Rama. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Good
you
evening,
very
sir.
much.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
ये तो है नहीं। तो आया तो हूँ नहीं इसमें मैं मैं
But it is nothing to it, not 2 minutes already, exactly.
I don't want to be late, man.
You won't be late. We're not starting the thing today, are you?
No, but I should be there. I want to see the film. You were the one who said I should sit through the whole thing.
Good morning, Singh Saab.
नमस्कार रमा, कैसे हो? हाँ रमा ठीक हो?
हाँ ठीक है बस house locked है. Ontario has too many COVID cases.
आप भी घर से कर रहे हो, मैं भी घर से कर रहा हूँ. आश्चर्य तो ये है. Can you see me? I can see you.
Yeah, very well. Yeah.
You can see me now.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. So ultimately, our project has taken off. है. आपका तो आइडिया था शुरू में ये.
हाँ.
धीरे धीरे सब हो गया.
नमस्कार सर.
हेलो नमस्कार. कविता कैसी हो?
मैं ठीक हूँ, आप कैसे हैं?
क्या कर
Touch
रही
wood, you're looking good.
हो?
Actually, a little more rejuvenated because you're not running around here and there.
I think
Everything. You know?
What are you doing now? What is your job at the present moment?
I'm writing. I have finished a small book called Echoes of Nalanda, and I have just got another book proposal which has been approved by Springers on India, China, higher education, a comparative study.
It will be interesting.
Mm.
Did you get the Jawaharlal Nehru Fund support?
No,
Do you get any support for this whole thing?
no, I've just done it on my own.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah. अब बैठे हैं घर में, पढ़ने को किताबें हैं, इंटरनेट की सर्विसेज अवेलेबल हैं. And Nalanda has been of long interest to me, as you know.
I know.
But I have been really surprised at the kind of thoroughness that university had, the ancient university.
You're writing on the original Nalanda University.
Yes, yes.
That
Yes.
will be fascinating. I haven't seen really a full book on that.
You know, well, my manuscript is finished. It's been accepted by the Wisdom Tree. So, I Ching actually gives us a very detailed account of what was everyday life in Nalanda and how they were taught and what they did. So I have used that.
Teaching, but that is a prognostic tool. No?
I'm sorry, sir.
I thought the I Ching was a prognostic tool.
No. He was a student there immediately after Hyun Sang, a few years after Hyun Sang.
Okay. All right.
And he stayed there from early morning to 24 hours. What happened, how they bonded, what they did, all.
आवाज ठीक नहीं आ रही, रुक के आ रही है.
So it's a very detailed account.
Good.
So, you know, if you read that account, we can get lots of good ideas about this Nalanda, which is languishing away.
I know, it's such a pity. It got off to such a start and then it got mired in controversy.
Yes.
Who is now
But
the
sir, I've been telling people this, but nobody seems to pick it up. You know, we need to develop the village, the Rajgir village itself as a university town. If you want
Yes.
Nalanda to
Uh,
flourish,
we-
you know, it has to be like a university town in USA.
I think we should get Merchant. Are you on the line? Where is
Yes, Maharaji, I just wanted to alert. Should we begin? It's already time now.
on time? Begin on time. Yes.
Yes. Okay, we are first going to.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Distinguished guests, chairpersons and moderators, speakers, participants, welcome to the second day of the international webinar on the theme, Conversation on Life-Enhancing Values, No More Hate, No More Fear, Promoting Harmony and Compassion. We are going to begin the second day with a short documentary, which again captures the interfaith ethos of India and the world in the commentary that has been made by our Honorable Dr. Karan Singh. It's a documentary we prepared a couple of years, few years back, and it's very interesting. So I'd like to request our control room to kindly start the documentary. Thank you very much.
In 1893, there was the Columbian Exposition in Chicago to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Columbus's landing in America. As part of that, there was this Parliament of World Religions. And that brought together 5,000 or 6,000 people from around the world in every denomination. And there, Swami Vivekananda, he appeared there, and he made a tremendous impact. I mean, for one thing, his personality, his voice, and what he said when he got up and said, "Brothers and sisters of America," you know, the whole hall erupted, and then he was the most sought after person in that. So that really began the interfaith movement. Now, from then onwards, in the 20th century, a large number of interfaith organizations came into being. One of them was the Temple of Understanding, founded by a remarkable American woman called Juliet Hollister in 1960. She started having these interfaith conferences around the world, and she happened to come to Calcutta once and to Bombay, where I met her. And she immediately, as it were, involved me in the Temple of Understanding. So I became interested and gradually became closer and closer to it until I ended up by becoming chairman of the Temple of Understanding International. I'm still the international chair. The mission of the Temple of Understanding was to bring together people of different religious denominations, different religions, in a harmonious dialogue. It was about trying to get people to understand the basics of each other's religions and to realize that there are multiple paths to the divine. That is the basic, as you know, our Indian mantra, Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. The truth is one, the wise call it by many names. In other words, the acceptance that there are multiple paths to the divine. No one religion can claim the exclusive monopoly of the divine. India has a very special ambience as far as the interfaith movement is concerned. In India, all the 8 or 9 world religions have flourished. We have 4 religions were born in India: Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism and Sikhism. Then 4 religions came to us from West Asia. Christianity came here in AD 57, almost very soon after Jesus himself. The Zarathustrians came here when they fled from Persia. Now they are the Parsis. Judaism came here. This is the only country perhaps that has never ever persecuted the Jews. And Islam came here in two incarnations. They came as iconoclasts and invaders, but they came also as Sufis. The great Sufi saints came here. And then the Baha'i faith, which is comparatively recent, has also come in, is now recognized as a religion. India can and should become a beacon for the whole world by the very fact that it practices an acceptance of all the great religious traditions that flourish here. Temple of Understanding India can help to change that by organizing these sort of functions, by collaborating with organizations that are already doing this sort of thing. Although we cannot do it ourselves all the time, we do collaborate with like-minded organizations, and there are many around the country, to try and see whether we cannot get a critical mass of public opinion to realize the significance of this movement. How do young people begin to understand the significance of the interfaith movement or of multi-faith traditions? What we need to do, without teaching religion, we can have what we call value-oriented education, including these interfaith values, which are essential. Even UNESCO has come up with a kit with regard to value-based education. And in this process of trying to widen and strengthen the interfaith movement, we intend to use the web, we intend to use videos, the media, the films if possible, on interfaith, taking each religion and then trying to see what are the elements in that religion that are universal. Because religions have two elements. There's one part of the religions which are purely local and purely, only confined to the time and place in history. And there are some that are universal and eternal. So can we tease out the universal elements in the various religions and then present them? That is a big task that still awaits to be done. Our message is really to bring hope to a world that is torn and distracted and fractured and fragmented. And that is an inner hope, basically. What is religion all about? In the final analysis, religion is about trying to get to your deepest consciousness. Now, what we really need is, we need to organize a mass movement in this direction. And there we need the cooperation of people like you, people who are watching this film, a cooperation of philanthropists who are giving millions of dollars to universities which are already brimming over with money. Why can't somebody give $1 million to the interfaith movement? We need now a commitment to the interfaith movement. Let there be some people now who are prepared to give their time, their energy, their support to this movement. We are full of hope. We are not, I know the situation is difficult. And very often, many of my colleagues say, Dr. Karan Singh, what is the use? You see fanaticism is taking over the world, but we can't accept that. We have to keep the faith. And by keeping the faith, we can do that through the interfaith movement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Karan Singh, for the very illuminating documentary, which sets the tone for our day 2 of the international webinar. I'd now like to hand over the charge to our Professor, Mrs. Kavita Sharma ji, for the panel number 3, which is on education. So over to you, Professor Sharma.
Thank you, Dr. Merchant. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Karan Singh and organizers like Dr. Merchant and Dr. Chandramohan. These are old friends, and other organizers for having me here. And I have two very wonderful speakers on my panel this evening. One is Professor Madhavan Palat, and the other is Professor Rama Shankar Singh. I wonder if they remember Professor Rama Singh. We are meeting on the virtual platform after a long time, but welcome to this panel discussion. And there is Professor Madhavan Palat. So good to see you after a long time. So welcome. It's nice to come to these conferences. You meet old friends whom you haven't met for years and years. But thank you very much. And we should start our evening's proceedings. Let me begin by saying a few things. For me, I've spent my life doing education at various levels and at seeing different kinds of students and diversity in organizations. And education, therefore, has to be individual and collective. It has to serve two folds. Unfortunately, today we seem to think that if only my qualifications are there and I can get a good job, and then that's the end of the education. Because education today has become a means of upward mobility. And that, I think, is, yes, it is one of the factors, but it cannot be the only factor. And this is especially scary because when we have so much of technological advancement, the power to do good and the power to do bad are both immeasurable. I mean, we've had tyrants, we've had bigots who have done horrible things in the past, but it would be child's play compared to what we can do now. It would be even worse than what Hiroshima and Nagasaki went through. Because the more we advance technologically, the more power we have in our hands. And it is up to us to use that power for good or for bad. And therefore, we need a paradigm shift in the way we deliver education and in the aim of education. Because today, we have begun to see, or not begun, we've been doing this, and I, with due respects to everyone, call it the reformist Renaissance agenda and the Enlightenment agenda, because the century belonged to the West at that time. And so we see ourselves as separate from the rest of the creation, rest of the universe. We have forgotten some of the beliefs that our own value system taught us, and which was dumped aside as blind superstition, that we are an integral part. We are a part of the whole, and that we are just one more link in the chain of creation in this universe. So there are interconnected networks. I mean, for example, the Vietnamese Buddhist philosopher, I don't know how you pronounce him, I think it's Thich Nhat Hanh, but he says, take a piece of bread and you have the whole universe in that piece of bread. You have the water, you have the sun, you have the soil, you have the grower, and so on and so forth. So in that one piece of bread, there is this whole world. And so we have to consider ourselves as an interconnected world in which we have to play our own part to keep this creation and the world as an integral whole, which is happy, which is flourishing. But as David Orr says, what we have done is that we have destroyed everything that is worth living for. Our rivers are polluted, our marine life is all gone, our forests are gone, our air is polluted, we can't, there's no water to drink. So, and this has been done by us who are part of the modern education and not by semi-literate tribals. Also, we have to understand that the world in which we are living is not a complete whole. It is constantly evolving. But what we have done in our educational institutions is to create extremely rigid systems, as if we have done the last word, and to change it. Anybody, at least who is associated with Indian university system will know how difficult it is to bring about any change, even a change of curriculum and syllabus, unlike the North American universities or the European universities. And so, since we are constantly evolving in the universe, we have to be constantly evolving in our teaching learning methodologies, and we need to create open-ended systems, otherwise they decay as they have decayed. Again, we develop competencies in educational institutions, and some competencies are fundamental, mathematical competency, language competency, and so on and so forth. But an understanding now of scientific thought, computers, competencies change with time. And some remain fundamental, some are left behind, but all the time, educational institutions are trying to make us competent and train our minds to think. But thinking cannot be only from textbooks. And especially now that we have all kinds of modes of getting knowledge. And, the information is at the click of a button. The other day I was speaking on, learning through digital media. And I was reading an article on ubiquitous learning, that everything around us will get tagged, like you tag your cars to go through the barriers, and you just need handheld sensors. Whatever you need to know, just activate the tag on that object and you will know everything about that object. So anytime, anywhere, you will have ubiquitous learning. So, I mean, it seems a little horrifying to me that you're constantly agitated in your mind trying to find out this, that, and the other, and therefore the overload of things. But educational institutions, I think, cannot just develop technological proficiency. We have to learn to uncover the layers of a student's mind. But the kind of exam system, at least in India, that we have, and of course now, to use the same word, ubiquitous, everything is a multiple choice question. So it's just a quizzing. We don't really uncover the layers of thinking, feeling, processing of that person's mind. Now, through all this technological learning, we can create excellent engineers, doctors, technical people, scientists, and so on and so forth. But we can have them grow up as very jealous, very angry, very frustrated individuals who don't know how to handle their own emotions, their own thought processes, their own psychic processes, and who are in constant despair over their unrealistic ambitions. Everything is instant coffee. We need it now, and we need it immediately. So, really speaking, the educational institutions must develop our inner life as well as our minds. Dr. Karan Singh is here. The integral education, for example, which has found no application in our education system, except for a couple of institutions in Pondicherry and in Auroville. Or I think we junked Mahatma Gandhi's craft-based education a little too hastily, because if we had used that craft-based education, then one craft would have taught us so many different things, so many different aspects of it. And it would have also looked after our affirmative action problems, because it would have brought together the hand and the head, which we have divorced completely in our times. So therefore, what I'm really trying to say is that our educational institutions have to develop also not just technologically competent, academically competent people, but also ethical people who recognize that there is potential for good in every human life and therefore must cultivate, try to bring out that potential for good. And if we do that, then it will not leave any room for exploitation, because then you are actually looking for the good in that person. It will not lead to inflexible dogmas, because as we just saw in this beautiful documentary, that everything has an essential life-giving higher principles, whatever may be the religion involved. It will also lead to the realization that we have our ethnic identities, our gender identities, our physical differences, are only superficial, that there is an essential human being who can do so much good to the world. And therefore, I think our educational institutions must move from just the mind to the whole being, so that we create a world which is not driven, which, into so many different isolated silos, but comes together and connects with each other. So with these few remarks, I will now request Professor Madhavan, Professor Rama Singh. I've got them in the same order, so I'll keep to the same order. Professor Rama Singh from McMaster University, Hamilton. You come from a beautiful country. I love Canada. I spent some lovely time there, 4 years. At the peak of disturbance, but even then, that disturbance is also, you connect more at the time of adversity than in the time of hope and happiness. So Professor Rama Singh obtained his master's degree in genetics and plant breeding from Kanpur University, India, and his PhD in genetics from University of California at Davis. After a year of postdoctoral training at the University of Chicago and 2 years at Harvard, he joined the Department of Biology at McMaster University in 1975 as an assistant professor, where he is currently serving as a full professor. Professor Rama Singh's research interest lies in the population genetics and evolution of sex and reproduction-related genes and their role in rapid evolution, sexual dimorphism, and speciation. He has developed a theory of male sex drive or male-driven evolution. Well, I hope that is, I like to think it's a female-driven evolution, but who can quarrel with scientists? That complements Darwin's female choice theory of sexual selection, and that specially applies to humans by way of male-driven sexual selection and human evolution, including the evolution of sexual dimorphism in disease and health, such as the evolution of mate preference, maternal mortality, menopause, and male-biased mental disorders. Rama Singh's current interest lies in the evolution of biological diversity as it relates to race, caste, class, religion, sex, and gender. He has taught a course in human diversity and human nature for 40 years, and he writes on various social issues in the general area of the biological basis of human freedom. He is a feminist by choice and is involved in launching an international campaign to stop violence against women. Thank you so much, and over to you, Professor Rama Singh. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Kavita ji. That's more than I expected. So let me begin by saying good morning, Canada, and good morning, India. I would like to begin by thanking Honorable Dr. Karan Singh ji and Temple of Understanding for agreeing to have the collaboration to have this conference and hosting it under the eminent and graceful leadership of Dr. Karan Singh. I had visited India in May 2019 with a view to have a conference regarding Gandhi's 150th birth anniversary celebration in India. We were having in Canada, of course. And I visited Dr. Karan Singh ji, and I found out that Temple of Understanding had a similar idea to have a conference. And so to make a long story short, here we are. Would have been loved to have be in person, but hopefully in near future, this conversation will continue. I hope so. Many thanks go to Dr. S.K. Sareen, the Director ILBS, and Dr. Karen Mossman, VP Research, McMaster University, for collaboration to host this conference under Sastry Institute. Many thanks, of course, to Sastry Institute and Prachi Kaul for providing finances. And our very sincere thanks to Professor Chandra Mohan, Dr. Merchant, Dr. Jyotsana Singh, as team leader and many people behind the team who has given their time to organize this conference. The topic of this conference comes from Gandhi Peace Festival's 150th birthday celebration at McMaster University in Hamilton. And conversation on values, we wanted something ongoing after 150th birthday celebration, and that's the idea was conversation on values, and to be more specific so we don't confuse, conversation on life enhancing value was chosen as a theme to keep the momentum and the project going. The topic is also interesting to me personally. By the time I left the village in Azamgarh, as a teenager, I had internalized the concept of ahimsa by reading about Buddhism in grade 7 and concept of interfaith harmony through my village elders. Our village contained Hindus and Muslims in almost equal numbers, and I still remember the sense of awakening when I reasoned that despite their overt religious differences in custom, they both must worship the same and one God. Both values have stayed with me ever since. I am a scientist, as Kavita ji said, and evolutionary biologist by profession. So you may be wondering what a scientist is doing in a conference on values and Gandhi. I'm not a Gandhian scholar. So a very brief introduction of my Gandhian credentials are as follows. In 1993, through India-Canada Society, we established an annual Gandhi Peace Festival in the city of Hamilton and an annual Mahatma Gandhi lectures on nonviolence at McMaster University. That lecture is now fully endowed, and to the best of my knowledge, that's the only public funded lectures anywhere at a university, public funded. The remarkable fact is that both of these events in 93 were inaugurated by Dr. Karan Singh ji, who was on his way to Chicago to take part in the 100th anniversary of Parliament of Religion and Vivekananda's talk there. So we were very fortunate, and Dr. Karan Singh ji visited another time within 3 years to speak to us on Gandhi. So we are very proud of you, sir. McMaster knows about Dr. Karan Singh and his work. I'm proud to say that I'm also a co-founder with Acharya Ramamurthy ji of Mahila Shanti Sena in Vaishali, Bihar in 2002. The organization has spread its roots and presently it's active in Assam, Manipur, Odisha, and Tamil Nadu. Friends, I would like to make 3 points in my talk to summarize. First, the world is on fire. I mean both literally and figuratively. Literally, many regions of the world, parts of California, for example, Canada, Australia, are literally burning. They have annual fires. Cities are choking with pollution. Glaciers are melting, as you very well know. So welcome to Climate Change 101. Figuratively, for a variety of reasons, but mainly driven by inequality, mass migration, and fear of losing control on power and privilege, right-wing movements and hate and extremism are rising all over the world. There are 3 unprecedented features of this right-wing movement. Unprecedented. First, for the first time in history, the majority is blaming the minority. First time in history, majority is blaming the minority. And by minority, I don't mean in number necessarily. A minority can be majority, but with no power and privilege. Second, there is utter loss of respect for fellow human beings, both on the street and inside institutions. As Acharya Ramamurthy used to say, everybody wants to be saluted, but nobody wants to salute. The third point is of this movement that the truth itself is under attack. Truth, the very basis of our daily life and our civilization, is under attack. Lies and fake news are spreading all around. So you may say world is going through a phase, such extremes have occurred before, and things will get back to normal. Friends, I call this view thinking inside the box and living in the past. I say it is time to start thinking outside the box and look at the bigger picture. And here is what I mean. Scientists tell us that Homo sapiens came out of Africa just 50,000 to 100,000 years ago, and it started the civilization phase of human evolution. It was only 2,500 to 5,000 years ago that basic foundations of all the religions were laid down. For the next 2,000 years, man has been making living through violence, plundering the world, invading, conquering, raping, looting, destroying, you name it. Of course, it was done by power yielders, not by common men and women who were always did the hard labor just they do today to make a living, to make ends meet. The scientific revolution started just 500 years ago, all the wonders in the world. All the miracles of the modern world, from man to the moon to nuclear bomb to technology, from end of colonialism to democracy, from unprecedented wealth to unprecedented inequality, and from computer, microchips, iPhone, and social media. All this happened in just the last 100 years. Just last 100 years. Behavior altering technologies are taking hold of our life. Facebook knows it, and they talk about it. Homo sapiens were not designed for such rapid, breathtaking change. They were designed to walk and walk slowly. 20th century's two most profound discoveries were theory of relativity and law of ahimsa. These are, to my knowledge, the most profound, impacting discoveries of 20th century. Gandhi and Einstein thought outside the box and saw the big picture. One was about the outer world, theory of relativity, man's relation to outer world, and the other was about inner world. If culture can be equated with a flowing river with uncontrolled twists and turns, fall and rapids, Gandhi and Einstein got out of the river on the bank, river bank, so to speak, and where they were able to see where humanity is going, where Homo sapiens are headed to. My second point I would like to say is that I must say something about the university value-based education, because it is indeed in my topic. Universities are the most important public funded educational institutions with the responsibility for social change. We may not realize that universities are also the biggest peacekeeper in the world. Tens of thousands of students pass the campus, pass through peacefully. Tens of thousands of students, young people, pass through the campus peacefully each day. They love their university. Well, most of them, I would say. Universities are coming under tremendous pressure to perform, from parents to train their sons and daughters for a good job, from government to train employable force, labor force, from businessmen to invent commercial product, from communities to be responsible to their local needs, and from funders to focus only on those things they are funding. And lastly, from students for a place just to learn. Still further, gender inequality and equity related issues are exacerbating the situation and making it worse. World is changing, my friend, society is changing, so should the agenda of the university. My way of thinking is that universities should reclaim their autonomy, they should reclaim their integrity, and they should reclaim their intellectual heritage and start offering value-based education into view of to transform the world and to transform their own community. A nation's values determine its identity and its soul. Let me repeat. A nation's values determine its identity and its soul. So wrote Justice Rosalie Abella, the current sitting Supreme Court Judge of Canada. The conditions in the world call for promoting life-enhancing values, infusing a sense of university, family, and fraternity. A university family. University is a family. And collective pride in diversity and respect. My third point and final point is, my friend, I would like to make a request to Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I'm a card-carrying OCI member, so I think I have the right. My request is in the national and global interest. On May 8th, 2019, maybe a day or two after I visited Dr. Karan Singh Ji, while visiting India from my hotel room in Delhi, I heard Prime Minister say, in response to a question from a TV reporter, गांधी युग पुरुष थे, गांधी युग पुरुष थे, हमने उनके साथ अन्याय किया है, हम उनके शब्दों को दुनिया तक नहीं पहुंचा पाए हैं. In English, roughly, Gandhi was a man of the age. We have done injustice to Gandhi. We have not taken his words to the world. To remove any misunderstanding, sir, I know you were not referring to yourself, Modi ji, or to any political party, but to India as a nation. Honorable Prime Minister, India is known for her ancient contribution to the world, from concept of atom and numerals to arts and architecture, from Ved, Vedanta, and Gita to religious thoughts and philosophy, and much more. Sir, what the world needs today is India's most cherished contribution from world's point of view. It is the great law of ahimsa, the great law of nonviolence. While we recite in our temples daily and weekly all the values that underlie ahimsa, we belittle Gandhi at home and lately abroad. Gandhi is being assassinated again and again at home. Gandhi's statues are being vandalized overseas, often by people of Indian origin. Some of these people are mad at Gandhi, of course, but some are mad at government of India and take it on Gandhi. Take it out. Truth matters. What the world needs is reaffirming the truth. What the world needs is a conversation on values. You can begin that conversation first at home, sir, and then take it to the world. There are no Gandhian values that are also not ancient Indian values. India will be proud of you, sir. The world will be grateful to you. I thank you, and I thank my friends here at the conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Rama Singh. You know, whenever I hear about ahimsa and non-violence, many thoughts come to me. One is the conversations or lack of them between Sri Aurobindo and Gandhi. I think Dr. Karan Singh would be more than aware of them. But this is not the time in which to strike a contrarian note. The second thing that occurs to me is the British kept Gandhi alive, but India could not keep Gandhi alive for more than a few months. The third thing that comes to me is, and these are some of the hard things, did Gandhi actually die satisfied that his idea of non-violence had been understood and imbibed? I would say no. He died a very disillusioned man. And therefore, I think instead of just talking about his ahimsa, we need to have a conversation on why the spirit of non-violence that he tried to take forward in our fight for independence probably only scratched the surface and did not go deeper. And therefore, the moment a time came, it just erupted with such a violence that it is horrifying and hard to even comprehend. So with these few words, yes, universities must teach what you are saying. That was my plea. I will now request Professor Madhvan Palat to make his presentation. He is an Indian historian, specializes on Russian history of the 19th and 20th centuries, and is a scholar of the modern world and a political commentator. His area of specialization is rare in a country where few historians have ventured out of Indian history. He took his BA honors degree in history from the University of Delhi in 1966, another BA from Cambridge University in 1968, and the DPhil degree from Oxford in 1974. In 1974, Madhvan Palat was appointed to the faculty of the Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, to teach Russian and European history. He became professor in 1987 and took voluntary retirement in 2004. He was also Dean School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He was visiting professor of Imperial Russian History at the University of Chicago in 2006, National Fellow at the Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla, during 2000. I think the organizers have got the dates wrong, but Professor Palat can tell us. Editor of the selected works of Jawaharlal Nehru, a project which he saw to completion after editing the final 42 volumes of the series. He has served on different government committees on foreign relations, security matters, and culture. And so therefore, I now hand it over to Professor Madhvan Palat. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Kavita, for the kind words. And thank you, Dr. Karan Singh, for inviting me to this conference, from which I profited greatly from yesterday's contributions and from what I've heard today. In fact, so much so that I think much of what I have had to say has already been said in part by Kavita and by Professor Rama Singh. However, I will try to fill in the gaps. Not that you have gaps, but I think I can push my way in somewhere in between. It is most appropriate that we talk about education, because that is the most important subject which relates to the conference we have today, the topic of the conference of today and yesterday. How not to hate and how to love. And if you have to do that, obviously we start with education at some point. Catch them young, in other words, before you can get them to grow old gracefully in this matter. We are concerned not in achieving harmony by repressing conflict, by molding people from an early age and continuing to do so throughout their lives in this particular direction. Now, the point is how to do so. The problem starts with the home and the classroom, I feel. We've been talking about the university, but it starts earlier also in school and still earlier at home. The home actually reproduces so many of the ambitions that the classroom pursues The university not to such an extreme degree, but I think this is exactly what the state wants and what we understand as a nation wants. And therefore the home and the classroom does a lot of, I'm sorry to say, damage, if that is the right word for it. And it goes on in the workplace and in public spaces also. But there's one aspect of our education where there is hope in this respect, and that is in the sports field. It is so different from what happens in the classroom, but I'll elaborate in a moment. So I think the first thing is to inculcate respect for difference if our objectives are to be achieved, as we've been reminding ourselves many times over and over again. I know it seems cliche today to talk about it, but the compulsion to uniformity is so great, be it in the family or the classroom, or in work and public spaces, that this cannot be emphasized too much. We just pursue it with a degree of almost madness, as if our lives depend upon it in extreme form. And as I've said, the family and the classroom are the greatest villains in this regard, and the sports field the greatest promoter of this virtue. The classroom tends to promote one aspiration: performance above all else, performance in studies, in examinations, and so on. And it requires inspired teachers to stimulate the different talents of their pupils. Now, it is not so easy to find such teachers, especially the way in which we go about finding them or even training those teachers. After all, the teachers are themselves the products of this very educational process. So for them to liberate themselves or emancipate themselves or think freely about it in some way, to come out of this straitjacket is itself an immense challenge. And the resources are not always available. The environment is not friendly to it. And the best place where it can be stimulated is as I said, it could be on the sports field, it could be in the university, which complement each other. But there are not very many universities which do so. That is the other unhappy experience that we have in this country. And when certain universities do so, unfortunately, governments again and again treat the university as a disruptor of the system. Precisely because you're thinking independently, because you're pursuing difference, you are disturbing a stable order, or so it is assumed. And of course, here we are not the only ones who are guilty. This has been a problem in the past 250 years, that as the attempt to innovate, to change, to alter, or even to disrupt an existing system of thinking, the rest of society, of government especially, and all those who wish to impose a permanent standard feel very anxious. That is why the university is always considered disruptive, or in our current national cliche, they're considered anti-national. All that they're doing is thinking, being free, and innovating. But innovation does not take place only amongst entrepreneurs. Before the entrepreneur, it starts at the university. And it is the sheer diversity that is maintained by the ideal university that we get the good results. But that is not very much in evidence, I regret to say, in our country. And we suffer the consequences all the time in that respect. Now, we pursue this objective of uniformity to extreme lengths and at great human cost. And what we want everywhere is the performer in examinations. Because such performers excel themselves in other countries when opportunities are available, we congratulate ourselves that we've done very well. But no, it is because those people who have come out of that performance system are actually the most capable ones and the most dynamic, and therefore able to adapt themselves. That's why they do so well. I doubt very much whether the examination system, the way we have pursued it, and as Kavita has reminded us, is the right one. Examinations need not be all bad, but there are different types of examinations. But the sports field is where differences are most valued. I'm so sorry. Just as discipline in a team There are so many different skills that are required within one team, a small team that plays any game. And each of those are respected and understood so well by the captain of the team. And it's their combination that makes it effective. Most of all, I think, sports teaches us how to win and lose. It's not enough to win. You must also be prepared to lose. And when you lose, you should not have a psychological breakdown. Somehow the examination system almost teaches us to have a sense of loss, of defeat, if we do not do well as we thought we should have done. But that's not what happens in sport. So that neither winning nor losing is considered as permanent. We all know the experience of university examination, that famous final examination. For the rest of your life, you're marked by that one result. It carries you all the way into further work, into jobs, and people I've seen in advanced middle age talk about the result of their final examination. Usually to boast, of course. If they haven't done so well, they won't talk about it. But when they have, we hear about it. After they've achieved any amount, become great leaders of society, but they still talk about that university exam, which gave them that famous first class in a famous university. And it's something to brag about forever afterwards. But what about all the others who did not get the first class? Are they failures? And this is a point that is worth bearing in mind. So the point I was making is what is most required is that we must be prepared to fail and not treat the failure as a failure. It is something, just a different achievement, different level of achievement, nothing more than that. Now, we are told that sports is a sort of training for war. It develops grit, determination, stamina, courage, coordination, and much else. Perhaps it does all that. But unlike war, it teaches respect for the other side. At least, unlike modern war. We know of chivalrous wars or chivalric wars, where knights in armor fought to the end and with the greatest respect for the enemy, and so on. It's nice to read about that mythology. I'm not quite so certain that it actually happened. But certainly in modern war, it doesn't happen under any circumstances, from what I have studied of modern war in the past 200, 300 years. And I do not have to elaborate, I'm sure, about that. Now, it is that respect which is the most important. And as Anne Pearson reminded us yesterday, it is not a matter of tolerance. You have to respect the other side. And it is that sustaining that respect for the other, to put it more philosophically, that is most important. It does not mean, respect does not mean assimilation or absorption of the other. It is not to gain control of the other, right? Absorbing it into yourself, as Levinas has reminded us so well. It's worth bearing in mind that one of the proudest claims in India is that we, whoever that we is, absorbed Buddhism. That's why Buddhism is no longer here. I'm not too happy about such a claim. I don't see what we have got to be so proud about. And to think that that we, whoever we were, we've taken over Buddhism such that it is now exited from this country is one of the claims. Of course, it hasn't exited. It's very much present. But it is one of the things we are brought up with, that Buddhism has been absorbed and it flourishes elsewhere. It's a sort of attitude I think is not to be cultivated. We have to respect the other as much as possible. And that is, it is not only not tolerance, but also not absorption. The respect has to be absolute in order to maintain the difference. And this is where the injunction of the Buddha, so beloved of Nehru, is appropriate. As Nehru quotes him, "Victory breeds hatred, for the conquered is unhappy." And I think this is one of Gandhi's central tenets. he taught us so well that there is no concept of either victory or defeat. I don't think he had a concept of victory or defeat. Hence, there was neither gloating nor bitterness. In case the departure of the British was considered a victory, he certainly did not gloat. He did not celebrate. He is the one man who was absent from the celebrations on the famous day. And all the occasions in which he was defeated, he certainly did not consider it a defeat either. He went through it all. He soldiered on. And that is a maxim that he tried to inculcate in all his followers for 30 years, to which Nehru, Jayaprakash, and so on have borne eloquent testimony again and again. And every time they said, perhaps we didn't learn it as well as he wanted us to, but he taught us not to hate even the people we are fighting against, namely the colonial state. And that is perhaps one reason why Indians and British are able to enjoy a relatively easy relationship after all those 30 years of struggle or more, and after 150 years of colonial rule here. I don't think there's another relationship like this which has emerged from such a situation, which is quite so easy. Gandhi was the progenitor of truth and reconciliation, which other Gandhians have subsequently followed him on. And that is something well worth bearing in mind. And that's a wonderful tradition for us to be able to recall and try to sustain. I think that is something we keep forgetting, that we've got something available in our own tradition of the past 100 years, which we should try to nurture better than we do. And outside the country, of course, it has been pursued. And I wish to say this, it is not something that is only a tradition or a patrimony of Indians. Anything is available to anyone in the world, in the modern integrated world. Just as we can borrow from others, others can borrow from here. There's complete freedom about it. Now, it is in these respects, as I said, the classroom has failed. It is so oriented to merit that it forgets the negative impact of those who are left out, the sense of failure. And this reminds me of Dostoevsky's famous indictment. Sorry, my specialization comes up here. Dostoevsky's indictment of modern civilization, of capitalism, the examination system, and much else. One of the acutest commentators on Dostoevsky, Rozanov, cited the revelation of St. John, in which it was said that only 144,000 souls are redeemed by an unfeeling God who abandons the rest of humanity for all eternity. Only so many are saved. What happened to the rest? It's an accusation of God's unfeeling conduct. He has chosen the best. Or as Ivan Karamazov put it, how many souls was it necessary to ruin in order to obtain just one righteous Job? So for people to do well, so many have to fail. And that lies heavy on our conscience every time, we must remember, when we sustain or pursue such a system as this. So the greatest challenge is always to cultivate then both difference and cohesion. Because obviously we need difference to express our natural and psychological selves in every way. It is essential for creativity, which is required for the survival of the species. That we do only too well. But cohesion is required for our existence as a community, again needed for the survival of the species. So the extremes of either would be disastrous. That is the point that we must bear in mind here. And extreme differences through individuality lead to psychological and community disintegration, as Dostoevsky explored so well. But extreme cohesion leads to robotic creatures, as science fiction explores only too well. We get it again and again. So there's no easy answer, except the oldest one, Buddha's golden mean. If education can inculcate both both striving for extremes and returning to the mean, like the calm oscillation of the pendulum, all in the course of the day, every day, it would be a stupendous achievement, if it can aspire to do so, and even in part achieve it. That would be an objective worth pursuing. But let me end with a moment of doubt. I had said we must mold and shape people, but that in itself could be a form of coercion, as Foucault and others have reminded us. So what do we do? Is education a form of coercion in itself? Where are we left? I don't have a clear answer, except to say that we must try. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that very thoughtful address to us. May I remind you that teachers and students have always been disruptors. And on the lighter note, I mean, education itself is the most disruptive activity that you can come across. And that is why it is the seat of so much contestation. And on a lighter note, that's why we put all our gurus into the forest, because the state actually needs a hierarchy and the king doesn't want to be overturned. So all our academies were in the forest. And it's again, point well taken about sports, but let's not forget the visual and performing arts. They are also a site where, these differences don't matter. It's what your talent and what you improvise, what you sing, what you manifest, that is the key. Before I start thanking, I think there are a couple of questions. If there, thank you so much for your message. And good, no, I can't see any.
Yeah, there are no specific questions as such. There were a few comments to which we have responded.
Oh, you have. That's why I saw some in between. There were some things, and then suddenly they all have said thank you. So I was wondering what happened to all of them. Well, now it's my turn to thank both the eminent speakers, Dr. Palath and Dr. Madhavan Palath and Dr. Rama Singh. And of course, thank once again, Dr. Karan Singh. I think we've run out of time, so I said enough in between and at the beginning. So thank you all very much and enjoy the rest of the evening and the rest of the day, Professor Rama Singh. Thank you so much.
Professor Kavita Sharma ji, thank you very much for this very engaging and interesting manner that you conducted the session, the panel on education. Of course, I'm no one to make any comments about the wonderful words of wisdom and the values that were considered to be most paramount in the perspectives that were shared. So we will, of course, have Professor Chandra Mohan, who's doing the summing up. So now, as per the schedule, we'd like to move on to the panel number 4, which is Gandhi and Sustainable Development Goals. Again, a very challenging and important topic that impacts the lives of everyone on this planet. And we have a very distinguished friend and education and development expert in Dr. Ananta Dorayappa. Dr. Ananta Dorayappa, Director, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development, will be chairing and moderating this session. And I'd now like to invite him to please take this charge, and let's proceed with our deliberations in the panel number 4. Dr. Dorayappa, please. Yeah.
Okay. Can everybody hear me and see me?
Yes.
All right, great. Excellent.
Sir, you're very much visible and we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm going to be mindful of the time. And so as we're running a little bit late, I'll kind of try to steer us back in the 1 hour that we have. I've been given about 10 minutes to sort of maybe set the stage. And I want to sort of start off with the optimists in the sense that we are living in the best of times. I think always there tends to be a sense of doom that we see on a daily basis. But at the same time, I think we should celebrate the advancements that we have made as humanity and society. But yet, many say that we're also living in the worst of times. So in terms of the best, I always see a lot of positiveness in the technological innovations that we have seen over the last 50 to 100 years. We're looking at health. The COVID is a perfect example of how, as a global community, we could have done better. I don't doubt that. We could have cooperated and collaborated in a much more uniform way, but yet we've been able to find a vaccine in record time. It has never been done before. And that, I think, is based on all the latest advances that we have made in that field. The same thing in the agricultural innovations in the agriculture in terms of food production. I always say that it's not a matter of a shortage of food, it's about the distribution of food, which is a problem that we face today. And so forth and so on, and especially with artificial intelligence, in terms of how it would take us to the next frontier when we are able to get our collective intelligence is what I look at artificial intelligence, not something separate from us, but it's actually us as a collective that we have taken and garnered its power. Now, here comes the kind of the bad news. And I think one of the biggest problems that I think we would face as a humanity is about the growing inequality that we see around the world. It is just not sustainable. When we talk about sustainable development goals, and if we see such an inequitable distribution, not just of material wealth, but all forms of wealth. There was a recent report that was released by the UK government called the Dasgupta Review, a mentor of mine and who I've worked before, and where he talks about how the inclusive wealth, we are just drawing down on that. And the inequitable distribution and ownership of that wealth is something that is completely unsustainable. We have a planet, which is a finite planet. The famous Rockström study back about a decade, which talked about the planetary boundaries. We have pretty much violated nearly 6 or 5 of the 10 boundaries, and we are really teetering on the boundaries of the rest. And that's another unsustainable trajectory that we have on the natural environment. Then we have the manifestation of hate and violence. But the good news is that based from the neurosciences, we know that we are neurobiologically wired for empathy. But for some reason, we are so smart that we set up systems that tend to counter this natural tendency. And Robert Sapolsky, in his brilliant book called Behave, sets it out on how we go about doing this. What are the origins of hate? What are the origins of violence? And it all starts off in the 3-pound mass that we carry within our 2 years. And that's where the answer lies as well. And then the myth of meritocracy. We talk about so much about merits, the education system. But Daniel Markovits kind of tells you how inequality within this field has created so much of the myth that merits actually play such a big role in flattening that field. So this is some of the major challenges that we have. And so what does Gandhi have to do with this? And what about his values? The most famous ones of Satyagraha, Ahimsa, the self-sufficiency. The one thing that it distresses when you hear proclamations of Gandhian thoughts, Gandhian ideologies. We tend to tell our young ones on Gandhi's values and principles, but yet we continue doing the very opposite. A simple example is we still use GDP as a way to measure progress. and welfare of people. We know that that goes against the whole concept of Gandhian principles, but yet we say on one side Gandhian principles, and on the other side we follow this funny indicator that was never even designed to do what is being used. So we have a really major issue here. And I find that, in fact, we have to go beyond the cognitive intellectual Gandhi and really look at the experiential Gandhi, the life that he led and the kind of competencies that he built over the years. Competencies such as self-regulation, emotion regulation, empathy, compassion, not just from a cognitive perspective. I always make a point. It's not about learning about empathy, it is about practicing empathy. And I will sort of finish off here with some good news. The good news is that we can train ourselves to be empathetic. We can train ourselves to be compassionate. And there's ample evidence coming from the neurosciences which says how to do it. The institute that I direct and which I had as my first boss, Dr. Karan Singh, who was the chair of the governing board, where we have really set ourselves to do this, is to sort of do Gandhi in practice, Gandhi in the experiential format. And so we have developed courses and modules for children starting from kindergarten right up to high school, as well as even at the university and in the youth, on how to build competencies of self-regulation, emotion regulation, empathy. I've heard so much about understanding, but how do you understand the other if you don't put yourself in the shoes of the other? Many of us actually try to understand the other from our perspective and not the other. It's not easy. I wouldn't say it's very easy. It's an extremely difficult task, but we can train the mind. Just as we train the mind for numeracy and literacy, we can train the mind for compassion and empathy, as many of the sciences of learning have emphasized. So that, I think, is the challenge, and I'm going to challenge both my speakers today to sort of look at not more of the cognitive, intellectual discussions of Gandhi and his ideology, but more of his experiential processes of how he lived his life and how we can impart this within our education system. So without further ado, I have I've saved nearly 2 minutes out of the 5 minutes that we have gone over time. And I would want to introduce my first speaker, Dr. Ella Butt. But I've been just told that she has taken ill. I wish her all the best in her recovery. And I'm sure all of us would send our best regards to her in her recovery. But she has a speech and is going to be given to us by Dr. Chandra Mohan. So without much ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Mohan to give Dr. Ella's speech if she was with us today. Dr. Mohan?
Yes, it is okay from here. Is it okay from here?
Yes.
Yes. Please go ahead.
We are indeed very sorry that we are missing Ilaji today. As a matter of fact, all our significant speakers who are in this hall, they have known her immensely. Karan Singh ji suggested her name. Then I contacted her. Kavita ji is very well known, and she was a favorite of Macmillan University, McMaster University. I think she must have visited that university a number of times. When I met her there 2 years back, we were all hopeful that we will be holding this conference, international conference, in October. And she said, definitely, Chandra Mohan, I will come. But her son, Mihar, gave us this news that she has developed vertigo and is unable to focus and stand. And therefore, then I thought, okay, her paper is with me. And if the chairman agrees, then I can read it in front of you. So with his permission, sir, I read the paper. The launch of on Gandhi and the SDGs. The launch of the Millennium Development Goals in 2000 by the United Nations was a major milestone for the world. It recognized poverty and hunger as critical inequities faced by people around the world, especially by women and children. It acknowledged gender inequality and viewed education and women's empowerment as areas needing more input. It focused on disease eradication, it promoted environmental sustainability, and it emphasized the need to work in global partnership. By 2015, we could all agree that while the goals had been lofty and they had met with just modest success, the process of working towards these common goals, however, had given the United Nations, governments, NGOs, scholars, and grassroots communities invaluable insights into what can be considered development and, more important, how to go about achieving it. The Sustainable Development Goals are recognized as the key role sustainability plays in development to address some of the root causes of poverty, hunger, and inequality. The focus shifted from addressing disease to addressing health, making success and also an access to clean air, water, and sanitation, and they were the important goals at that time. They addressed the key roles climate change plays in exacerbating inequalities, particularly the focus shifted to fragility of our natural environment and the need to protect it from exploitation in the name of economic growth. They recognize that production and consumption cannot be exploitative of either people or the environment, and emphasized the need for good health and well-being through decent work, gender equality, education, sustainable communities, peace, justice, and partnership. I witnessed the births of both MDGs and SDGs and was involved in many discussions and dialogue that led to their formation. I drew on my experience working with poor, self-employed women of Seva, where I saw the vital role poor women play in nation's economy and in their community, and yet remain invisible and unprotected. I saw that when women have meaningful work, collective strength, and a voice, the women pull themselves out of poverty quite capably, and in the process also spread their benefit to their families and to their communities. I also drew on my experiences growing up at a time when the country was buzzing with a talk of civilization and freedom, of self-rule, and Mahatma Gandhi and the village economy were the talk of the day. We talked about the kind of nation and we would build then, after independence, set about to build it amicably. As a young lawyer, my education started at the Textile Labor Association in Ahmedabad, a labor union founded by Anusuya Sarabhai and Mahatma Gandhi. And above all, I drew on Gandhian thought, which emphasizes ethics in all aspects of the economy, and where human dignity, equality, and well-being are central to all endeavor. Dignity of labor, a fundamental concept in Gandhian thought, assigns equal value to all work and stresses the importance of a living wage that nurtures both the body and the mind. Self-reliance, also a key Gandhian concept, is tied in with this idea, and one's needs must be self-sustaining with production and consumption in balance, small scale and local. Above all, it is the idea of trusteeship, where we share what we need and the rest we are guardians of our future generations, whether that wealth is man-made or earth's bounty. The SDGs have incorporated many of the Gandhian ideas, sustainability, which involves a balance between production and consumption, decent work, health, and well-being, which dignifies human labor and sees human development more holistically, and partnership in caring for the planet and its dwindling resources for further generation. These admirable goals be easy to achieve if we look to technology and cheap labor to solve them. It is not a solution if it caused the problem in the first stage. For example, there is no such thing as cheap labor. The real cost of labor is invariably paid, one way or another. If not in wages, we pay for it in the form of social unrest, of infant mortality, as illiteracy, poverty, and vulnerability, or in the form of political turmoil, loss of culture, environmental degradation, or disasters. In short, the SDGs can only be achieved with well-paid and protected labor. That means are as important as the goals. To do that, we must change the economy more than it changes us. We need an economy of our own making and not one where we struggle in the role assigned to us. In short, we need an economy of nurturance where the full potential of our human heads and hearts is nourished. We need an economy that taps into women's leadership and promotes cooperation, sharing, and trust. We need an economy that is diverse, local, sustainable, and in balance with the needs of the people and the environment. I believe we can achieve this if we stay conscious of Anubandh. This is the book, celebrated book, which I think most of us have seen and also seen seminars on that. Anubandh, the sense of mutual interconnectedness we have with the world around us. When we are mindful of the impact of our actions on others and how the actions of others impact us, we look at the world differently. The closer the distance between the consumer and the producer and raw materials, the government and the governed, the greater the accountability is there. Pollution and deforestation
particularly oppression and exploitation, look different when they occur at our doorstep. When Gandhiji encouraged freedom fighters to spin cotton and wear khadi, he was in fact reminding us of his anubandh. He was saying that by choosing to wear hand-spun, hand-woven cloth, the source of livelihood, particularly for millions of weavers across country, will go over machine-made textiles from Manchester, and we are slowing down our snatching away power back to the hands of the village weavers and building the local economy. Khadi embodies a worldview of self-reliance, sustainability, local economy, and the dignity of labor. We can find the spirit of Gandhi, Khadi, in many non-polluting, peace-promoting, environmentally friendly, and equitable products and activities around us. The genius of Gandhi was in his understanding of India's indigenous institutions that were small, local, nimble, democratic, and dynamic. Real change has come from the bottom up. It cannot be tricked down, imported, or imposed. When people and communities organize their own social, political, economic structures that decentralize production and distribution, promote asset formation and ownership, build capacities, provide social security, encourage full participation, and give voice, we will have attained some of our sustainable development goals and built an economy of nurturance. It is time to restore the balance between individual, the community, and the environment. Gandhiji's message of non-violence was a message against poverty because I firmly believe that poverty is a form of violence perpetuated with the consent of society. Every human being is entitled to 3 basic needs of life. Those are food, clothing, and shelter. I would argue that every human being is also entitled to 3 basic services. Those are primary health care, primary education, and primary financial services. They are essential to their growth and also well-being. So in our globalizing world, if these 6 basic needs can be met at the local level, we will have set off on a path of holistic and sustainable development. Thank you. So, Chairman Sir, I only want to add one line that whenever we have met Ilaji, she was a replica of Gandhi, both in theory and practice. And those who have visited Seva, our friend Kavita ji has gone there, taught there, looked after the laborers there, talked to the workers there mostly. So we imbibe a sense of real Gandhian feeling. And Raman Singh ji is also there from McMaster, and Dr. Karan Singh ji, our honorable chairperson, is too much involved practically and theoretically. So I think we are really missing Ilaji, but however, whatever she could do at this time, I've tried to convey it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving us much thoughts from Dr. Ella. Some of the key takeaways I got from her thoughts were primarily the whole notion of we have an economic paradigm which needs to be addressed, revised, and I think we have had many, many voices which highlighted some of the deficiencies of the neoliberal economic paradigm that now rules much of the world. One that I always tended to look at, which I would think had Gandhian principles, although he had never really alerted us on that based on his work, is Amartya Sen's work on freedoms and agency. The book on freedom as development provides many of the thoughts that I think were highlighted in this presentation. I think the mutual interdependency is something extremely important, but the challenge I would propose to this group as we complete and go about our work is, how do we get this mutual understanding and respect among us? We say that the world is interconnected. We show that the world is interconnected. Climate change is a perfect example, but yet the policies are all contrary to that understanding of interdependency. What you do in one part of the world has huge impacts on the other part of the world. We know that. We have the IPCC, which has been coming again and again with this results, with evidence, but yet we do on the contrary. So how do we change behavior? I think is the major challenge that we have in front of us. It is not based on rationality as the neoliberal economic paradigm that we have right now, but is based on irrationality, as Daniel Ariely and Daniel Kahneman have shown very, very eloquently in many of their work. With that, I would like to introduce my second speaker, Professor Priyanka Upadhyaya. I hope I have not butchered your last name. I apologize if I have. The professor is a UNESCO Chair for Peace and Intercultural Understanding at the Banaras Hindu University. Now, that's a really important area, especially two very loaded terms that we have here: peace, and then international understanding. And I hope you'll draw light on why this whole notion of interdependency, when we are connected in this very small finite planet that we call the blue dot, but yet the understanding among us across spatial, man-made spatial boundaries called sovereign states blocks us from getting this planetary perspective that we really need as we become a very small planet, as we become so interconnected. Professor Upadhyaya is a well-established scholar. He has published extensively. And without much ado, I want to invite him to give us some of his thoughts on Gandhian and peace. Please, Professor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough. Can you hear me all right? Yes, excellent. Yes, sir. So thank you so much for introducing me and also kind of reorienting my thoughts around intercultural understanding and the foundational question that you had raised, that, well, everybody talks about philosophy, what about practice? So I would try to weave these two new impulses or inputs into what I have in my mind. Well, now it's known to everybody that I work and I come from the holy city of Varanasi, a city of light and also, interestingly, a gathering place of all religions. And many anthropologists, historians, for a very long time have hailed this city as a model of inter-community peace, intercultural understanding, the thing that you were referring. So apart from these individual experiences and training modules, etc., I think it's very interesting and instructive to talk about communities and how different communities in course of time acquire these traits of inter-community understanding. And I'll talk a little bit about the city also, but before I do anything, let me express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Karan Singh, my mentor and the one who actually brought this UNESCO Chair for Peace and Intercultural Understanding. While he served for long, very long, almost 5 decades, he has been served many times as the Chancellor of Banaras Hill University. And so I remain very inspired, and in so many ways, I think it's always a learning experience with him being around. So, I mean, as you know, the field is such that we can address it, we can raise questions. I think all of us have more questions than the answers we have as to what is happening and where is Gandhi today and so on and so forth. But I have really relished the lively intellectual feast around so many different dimensions and trajectories to raise this question. But the focus, I think, the theme, the template that's come to me is about SDGs and Gandhi. And I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. This is something very funny. But apologies for it, talking about technologies and how we need to control them. So the thing I would like to start with is the connection between the SDGs and Gandhi, not as a thing of simple consideration and thoughtfulness, but how this is being practiced in real terms. And also the fact, and this is, I think, very exciting and very hopeful, is that there is a general recognition by the international community, and especially by the United Nations, to bring in religious and faith-based actors and communities to play their role in this quest for sustainable development. This was not happening. I remember yesterday, last evening, Dr. Karan Singh also pointed this out, that for a long time, somehow there was a reluctance on the part of United Nations, notwithstanding the 1893 Parliament, to take up this issue. But there is a realization there could be several ways to look at it, power, knowledge, and 9/11, and past that. And this is, I think, a great opportunity for the faith-based entities, and especially the intercultural, interreligious, and interfaith dialogue groups to come along, and it's happening. And I am very pleased to say that past 10 years, the United Nations has really put its act together. It's trying at least very hard. And now we have an interagency task force, which is exclusively focused on religion and sustainable development. I mean, two things which were never seen together in the past. And I can also share that UNESCO has taken up, has carried out, or is carrying out now, a massive project to bring out the innovative practices of interreligious understanding in diverse parts of the world with the help of IATF, and also academics like me. Actually, I'm steering that book project. And the idea is to learn from what is happening here and now, instead of simply focusing on leaders, but even the interfaith practices, which relates to sustainable development, every nook and corner. And I thought cities could be a very interesting focal points. The local peace building, as we call it, the local turn, as we call it, could provide a perspective that is really meaningful. So, well, I think the important thing is that a 30 seconds recap, if you look at the 17 goals, it once again conceptualizes the diverse range of things that are connected, starting with poverty to zero hunger, to the goal 4, quality education, to sustainable cities, to my own area, I mean, if that is my area, peace, justice, and strong institutions, etc. And one could very clearly see that the idea is to aim for peaceful societies, just societies, and inclusive societies in one go. Now, this was not happening in the intellectual discourses. This was not happening at the United Nations itself. Because peace, well, gone are the days when we say peace is the absence of, or nobody says this, but peace was not seen in such a broader perspective. In one of the earlier works that we did with UNESCO, The Long Walk of Peace, one of the very sort of innovative trajectory was to bring in more than 35 UN entities like UNDP, WHO, Help People, UN Women, etc., and sit together and convince ourselves that every work that relates to all these diverse areas is, after all, peace building. And that's what we see today. So SDG has been an important milestone in this particular connectedness. and which of course thrives on the concept of sustainability. But today, if you look at the way the Secretary General has defined the concept of sustaining peace, as he calls it, it's a novel and a very potent concept, which is a corollary of Sustainable Development Goal. I mean, 2018 onwards, he's talking about this sustaining peace as a corollary of SDGs. And what is it? It's a realization that peace building doesn't begin after the guns are silent or after the war conflict is over. It begins as soon as the societies ventures on the path of development. So it's not post-conflict. It is the preventing diplomacy, and this preventing diplomacy brings us to a whole composite, a very connected areas of inquiry, and in this particular thing, we can see that Gandhi fits in very well. As the chair initially said, that I don't think we have to recount much about Ahimsa, Satyagraha, Swadeshi, Swaraj, and Sarvodaya, but one could see that Gandhi's very conception of Daridra Narayan, or leave no one behind, echoes so well with the ethos of SDGs points. I think we should really feel great about Gandhi being the major inspiration, but also the fact that SDG is basically a carry forward. It's refined, it's defined the idea of universality in development discourse, something Gandhiji had also expressed through his attitude towards religion, for instance. Gandhiji, for example, believed, and he said it in no uncertain terms, that religion or God has no country, no color, no caste, no creed. In fact, one time he was asked, and he said, and I think it's a very well-known cliche thing, I'm a Hindu, but I'm also a Muslim, a Christian, and a Buddhist, and a Jew at the same time. So this universality is something that also kind of is very important for us to recognize, and also the importance of diversity. Diversity is important, and that because we are different, but we need to. So a lot of these transformative changes, transformative things that were part of Gandhian wanton shun. I don't think Gandhi was one who said that, show me another way to look at things and I will change my vision tomorrow. I mean, this became farcical when some people started justifying that Gandhi would have supported India's nuclear explosion, but then that's a diversion. So in fact, we should relate Gandhi to Gandhian transformative ideas and look at how this sustaining peace, which thrives on human rights, which thrives on development, human rights, development, peace. That's peace for the United Nations and for UNESCO, and the very idea that to how to change the public constituency. And that brings me to a very interesting aspect. How do we, and I think that the chair also raised this question a few minutes earlier, that all right, all these ideas are, how do we change these public constituencies? And I think one very important trajectory is education. What kind of education and where it's all going? We are talking about quality education, but one has to see, even before pandemic, the situation of the kind of education, the transformative education that is needed in a country like India, anywhere else, has been rather missing. So I think that is a focus. I mean, not simply some elite institutions or elite think tanks can do this. I mean, one has to go back to the idea of Bunyadi Talim, as Gandhi used to describe, but also perhaps the fact that we have to look at an ever dynamic notion of change, which reflects so well in Gandhi when he says that you become the change you wish to become. And this dictum was adopted in so many different ways. Now, one final comment before I close, because I can see 6:45 was my time up, whatever time was available to me. And this is that the pandemic issue, the COVID-19 pandemic, I think it has, we talk about things, and like the chair, I also have this optimism of hope. But if you look at the data, if you look at the situation, I think this has hit the whole SDGs in a very hard manner, in a manner that will take a lot of time for countries to recover from. And I'm very sure efforts are being made, but some symptomatic, symbolic, simply developments would not be sufficient. We need to percolate it down to not only countries or economics, but also to the civil society. And this is a point that I wanted to really share with everybody when there was this offer to speak on SDGs. The SDGs are very less traversed, popular among the common people's popular consciousness, if we can call it. Even as compared, a small country lagging behind in almost all indicators, Nepal, SDGs, if you ask a university student beyond social sciences, and social sciences I doubt, in science, the ordinary people know nothing about SDGs. So I think we should not leave it to the United Nations agencies to popularize it. Perhaps hold more seminars, more workshops, and use all the agencies, including the Gandhian agencies, which of course is another issue. I mean, Gandhian institutions also need to be looked into. They were the institutions which are supposed to do all these things that we are craving, changing mindset, looking at the living experiences and so on and so forth. So by and large, I think everything is interconnected. And the whole idea that I see before me is that we have to put our act together. And I think as, there's recent debate which I was trying to, follow, to capture, when even a prestigious journal like Nature's editorial stated that great feats are rarely, that pandemic has taken SDG far beyond, and it's time perhaps to look whether we should rethink about SDGs. But I think like Gandhi said that we had never actually seriously explored the potency and the power of non-violence. And then he says that he maintains that far more undreamt of and seemingly impossible discoveries will be made in the field of non-violence. So similarly, we shouldn't really give up on these pessimists, but hope that SDG could be a transformative mindset, that we need to popularize among common people. It's not simply a job of the government. It's not simply about data. It's about individual, the humans, that is at the core of our community life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Upadhyaya. You actually had 1.5 minutes left of your 15 minutes. So, well done, because most of the time I usually start playing my favorite music, which is Deep Purple, and then slowly raise it to a volume when they can't hear themselves, which is very quick with that particular band. You brought us some interesting topics. Let me be a little bit provocative as well. You talked about interfaith and religions. There was a study by National Geographic, I think about a couple of years ago, about the religions around the world and how fast they're growing or how fast they're decaying. And the religion that they found was the fastest, although I'm not sure why they use the term religion, is atheism. Was the fastest growing religion, and basically among the younger generations, and particularly in Asia. I guess it's more in East Asia, but because of the size of the numbers and stuff. That's an interesting trend that one would have to look at as we look into the future with the younger generation rather than the past. And even His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, has kind of been working on this whole notion of secular ethics, which means religion agnostic set of ethics. And he's been working with a group of a bunch of neuroscientists from across the world in terms of saying, how do you get people? So I think he's kind of linking it to the power of the individual. And we don't realize how powerful we are as individuals and the capacity that we have to nurture. Many would think this is a fuzzy and word that we should not use in science, love. And we have very powerful, we are neurobiologically wired for that. But as I mentioned earlier on, we have been also extremely smart in setting up systems that dampen that natural instinct. So isn't it where, if Gandhi had talked about, it was the power of the individual, wouldn't it? And so how do we go to the individual, beyond just talking about the rhetoric about doing good, because since biblical times and even before that, many of my esteemed colleagues, even Professor Dr. Karan Singh would adhere that this whole notion was even during the Vedic times, in the whole notion of compassion, dialogue, and so forth and so on. So I want to focus on, and unfortunately we don't have Dr. Ella here too, but I'm sure others might be more than happy to jump into this discussion. We have some time. Is how do we make it, how do we do what I would sort of say, the mission operationalizing Gandhi? So no more about talking about Gandhi, but operationalizing Gandhi. How would you go about it as a peace scholar? You talked about, I think, the notion of positive peace as put forward by Johan Galtung and others. I want to pick your brains on that, on how would you operationalize Gandhi notion with the positive peace, the whole notion of even equity and greed, because the whole inequitable issuance is about greed. And I think there's another famous Gandhian quote by saying there's enough in the world to satisfy everybody's needs, but not everyone's greed. And I think that's where our major problem, I think that's the white elephant, is the greed and the fact that 1% of the population owns more than 75% of the wealth of this world. Seems to be an unsustainable trajectory.
So,
your thoughts?
Can I just use my 90 seconds as you admitted? And
you can,
first of all say,
you can use your 90 seconds plus more.
Well, since you are the chair, I thought I don't want to take chances. So, but let me say, with due humility, that we need to detangle and understand the meaning of religion and faith in proper perspective. It's not a binary that there is secularism, there is atheism, and it's scientific, Einstein has tried, and there is religion. And the fact that if you go by the living history, and all of us would acknowledge, this hasn't happened. I mean, this whole dream of having a secular world, this modernization, I'm not equating modernization with secularism. And that saw what happened, and that is what is happening the world over, and that is what is happening in our subcontinent as well. So, we can't wish it away. And this sometimes in our international relations primers, it's mentioned the secular myopia. I mean, the time to look at religion as a positive force and take it away from those people who might like to use it in negative. That's one aspect. And the second aspect is, of course, how do you bring Gandhi into see, Gandhi said mansa vacha karmana. I mean, that he said what he preached, and that's what he taught. And he was always open for correction. He's always open for, new ideas and new things inspiring. At the same time, I'm one of those individually, and forgive me, I don't think that, what has happened, unfortunately, that everybody has put up Gandhi as a super god, as a superman, and nobody questions it. Fact is, we have to adopt his ideas. For example, his trusteeship hasn't worked, but his non-violent activism, I think, hasn't worked. Doesn't mean, but in many ways, I mean, people who have read, there are a lot of Western and Indian authors who have written about the civil disobedience and war and so on and so forth that he offers. So we have to use Gandhism as a framework, and Gandhi himself, see, the concept of structural violence, this is the last thing. Structural violence, you mentioned about Johan Galtung and positive peace, but the discourse has gone so much beyond that. I mean, now Galtung is not accepted. He's one of the founding fathers, and we're talking about conflict transformation and John Lettrock, who uses religion and ethical ideas within it. And Johan Galtung himself, his idea of structural violence was learned by him in sitting in Institute of Gandhian Studies at Rajghat 50 years plus. So, the ideas have a strange way of coming out. There are no cut and dry answers to that. I think we have tried, we have made mistakes. We did not use education. And I think one of the mistakes was that these institutions of Gandhian studies, everybody had faith in them. But in general universities and primary school system, we could not, imbibe those ideas into young minds. They just saw Gandhi as a superhuman being, not understanding that he was practical. So much to say, and I have no disagreement with your approach, but these are not simple questions and simple answers. Thank you.
I keep putting on the mute and unmute. So good. In fact, that the whole idea was to stimulate a discussion. I'm wondering if anybody else, well, I see 9 Q&As. How does the organizers want to do this? Or should we have?
Yeah, actually, there is one comment that Dr. Karan Singh would like to make. I saw your signal. But what we have done is we have tried to incorporate the questions into our panel discussions, because we are not able to have a one-to-one dialogue with the participants due to the paucity of time. But I did see one signal from Dr. Karan Singh, who has been also very patiently and attentively listening. Am I right, sir, that you would like to make a comment?
Yes.
I saw that. So we will just take yours and then move on to the rest. Otherwise, we'll have to be here for a longer time.
I thought Anant might tell us something about Gandhi neurons and neuroplasticity, which I found fascinating.
Okay.
Please.
So as usual, Dr. Karan Singh makes me work for my living. Well, what we thought was, when we looked at, and I've kind of alluded to it a bit in my introduction, is that, as we say, as I had mentioned, we are neurobiologically wired for empathy. Now, this neuroscientist at, if I'm not mistaken, at UC Davis, or maybe Southern California, V.C. Ramachandran, the phantom brain of fame. He had, during a TED talk, talked about what they call mirror neurons. And the example is like when you see a very moving event or watching a TV or something, and it gets you all emotionally triggered, where you start having tears as well. You can feel that that other person's empathy, what they call cognitive empathy, not affective empathy. So certain neural networks are activated in that whole process. So what we took at the Institute is a challenge to see what neural networks, and it's not just in the emotional sphere, but the networks between the cognition, the neocortex with the limbic, and how those networks are created in people who show high signs of empathy and compassion. So one of the most functional MRI image is a French scholar who's a disciple of the Dalai Lama, and they call him the happiest man. And they've found some very interesting neural structures which were very different from many others. And they found this similar among the monks, but different structures as well. So our idea at the Institute was, how do we stimulate a neural network that would replicate the kind of thinking that Gandhi had? Now, as the professor had very clearly highlighted, he was not perfect, and neither are any of us. But the whole idea is we try and we experiment. And so what we do in the Institute is we actually train the brain to be empathetic and compassionate. And we have found that we have just done an exercise with 10 countries, 10 schools in 10 countries for a 10-week intervention in grade 8 students. We did a pre and a post test, and we found actually improvements in empathy, compassion, and emotion regulation. So the next thing, we also have something called critical inquiry. So that makes the neural network between the intellectual and the emotional dimensions within our brain structures. So that's what we talked about, Gandhi neurons. Neuroplasticity is basically the fact that it's not fixed. Our neural networks are not fixed. They're continuously evolving. Once that we don't use, fall off, and once we keep training, are created. So I always make the argument that all, pardon the language, buggers like me can still be trained to be empathetic, especially those who are trained as neoliberal economists who only think about utilitarian maximization and for the self rather than for the community, can still be trained to be empathetic and compassion. Then there is hope for the world. I hope I've answered Dr. Singh's question adequately.
Thank you very much. Very stimulating presentation, very thought-provoking. Though we missed the presence of Dr. Ela Bhatt, nevertheless, her paper was very well presented by Professor Chandramohan. And to Dr. Dorayappa for your very incisive and penetrating remarks. Some of these were quite, out of our powers of perception, since we were not very well acquainted with that subject of neuroplasticity. But nevertheless, what's so important is how the Gandhian values, because when Gandhiji said that my life is my message, so I was just checking out to see whether any of the questions were of very important significance for us. But I find that most of them have been covered by our distinguished speakers and also the very learned chairperson's remarks. So friends, in keeping with the time, we'd like to now move on to the closing plenary. And therefore, I'd like to invite Dr. Jyotsna Singh, the chair of Darashikoh Center for Arts. Sorry, the concluding.
I'm chairing and moderating. Let me start instead of you calling.
Okay.
Merchant, let me start.
Yes. Yeah, for the closing plenary, I would like to please hand over to Dr. Karan Singh, who is also chair of the closing plenary. Please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Merchant tends to take over the chair every time he has the microphone. Let me say we've come to the end of a very, very interesting session. I'll have some closing remarks right at the end of this evening, because there's such a wealth of intellectual excitement and adventure seems to have developed as a result of our deliberations. Now I'm going to call upon Dr. Jyotsna Singh. She chairs the Darashikoh Center for the Arts. Darashikoh, as you know, was the noble Mughal prince who, if he had won rather than Aurangzeb, the whole history of India and the world would have been different. But she named it after that. He was sitting in Kashmir at a place which is visible from our house up on the mountains, and that's where he had the Upanishads translated. So she's named her after Darashikoh, and she's also a sculptor and an enamelist herself. So she's going to speak on, the subject was not mentioned in the program, but the subject is the culture of inclusivity, harmony through the arts. She's going to speak on the arts, and that's an area we have not touched upon so far. So Dr. Jyotsna Singh.
Friends, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very grateful to be part of Temple of Understanding India, and it's great to see Alison and to actually meet even in this forum rather than having to be able to come there in October as we planned. I'd like to start with the St. Francis prayer, and this is a prayer that, as you know, goes right across any kind of differences and includes everybody. So here's the St. Francis prayer. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace, that where there is hatred, I may bring love, that where there is wrong, I may bring the spirit of forgiveness, that where there is discord, I may bring harmony, that where there is error, I may bring truth, that where there is doubt, I may bring faith, that where there is despair, I may bring hope, that where there are shadows, I may bring light, that where there is sadness, I may bring joy. Lord, grant that I may seek rather to comfort than to be comforted, understand than to be understood, to love than to be loved. For it is by self-forgetting that one finds, it is by forgiving that one is forgiven, it is by dying that one awakens to eternal life. I thought of this because this is my personal experience, the involvement in the arts and the power of the arts to cut through bias, to cut through differences, and to kind of create an atmosphere where people drop their defenses and are able to reach out to each other. And I found this to be so true because in my years of experience in the Valley of Kashmir, through some of the worst times of conflict, we've worked with young people at schools and colleges and found it so powerful when they can break through and speak with each other and understand even interregionally what they are really aspiring to in each of these different regions that we were able to invite to our many different occasions that we had there. So I'm going to read a little from this paper, and then I would be very happy to invite any questions. I call my paper The Culture of Inclusivity, Harmony Through the Arts. I was born into a Hindu family while living in a predominantly Muslim region, very predominantly Muslim. I think the Hindus were probably comprised 2% of that particular region. Unlike a great number of women in India, I was given an inheritance at the place of my origin, and this was before the laws had been put in place for equality of ancestral property. So in a sense, I was very aware of my Hindu-ness, but I was also deeply drawn to the ethnic culture of Sufism and Rishiism, the ethnic culture of Kashmir. Kashmir had many wonderful poet saints that came from local craft communities. A weaver saint, a potter saint, a saint who came from a family of ironsmiths, a mystic boatman. And there's also the great mystical tradition of Kashmir Shaivism, kept alive to the present day, until recently by Swami Lakshmanju, and now to this day by his disciple Bettina Bomerji, who I think people at the Banaras Hindu University would know. There has always been a deep connection between aesthetics and spirituality, and this is the area where a lot of interfaith work can still be done. Starting at the individual level, I can only begin with acknowledging the biases that I may have inherited culturally and generationally, and those I may have developed in the course of my life journey so far. I may know at an intellectual level that these views and attitudes and the actions resulting from them do not have a firm basis in a mature and inclusive worldview. But these contradictions need to be acknowledged and worked on. Only then can I really come from a place of compassion and harmony. At the collective level, we need to be open to the way others are working effectively and compassionately in these areas, others like yourselves, and to find out as much as possible about how they have incorporated the central theme of harmony into their active functioning. We need to move forward from the personalities of many of the remarkable founders of these movements and organizations, the principles that lie at the core and that will continue to thrive after they have moved on. There are hundreds of wonderful organizations that have done extraordinarily good work, but fewer that do not have hidden agendas and fewer still that may be willing to share their experience and skills. These need to be identified and approached. In 2004, a group of women coming from different religions and ethnicities from the region were brought together by a peace activist, Shubha Barve, from the Center of Dialogue and Reconciliation in Srinagar. A Kashmiri Pandit woman wept upon meeting her childhood friend, a Muslim, after years of exile from the valley. She was living in a camp for migrants in Jammu and had come for the first time after many years, from I think after 5 years, back to the valley for this conference. And it was very moving to see them both because they had grown up together. One had remained in the valley, the other had to leave. The Ladakhi Christian women spoke of the amazing openness of that society, where each member of the same family could choose to practice any religious observances of her choice. Sikh women from the war-torn area of Poonch came to the valley for the first time, bringing with them a fresh perspective on the ongoing violent fallout of partition. We seem to be affected by it further from the borders, but the people at the borders, their houses are full of gunshot. They live with trenches in the backyard, and it's a very real fact. The fact of violence is a very real part of their lives. We talked and sang and wept and laughed for the few days we were together in the beautiful valley of Kashmir. And from there came the idea of the Dara Shikoh Center. Dara Shikoh was the brother of Aurangzeb, the last great Mughal ruler of the subcontinent. The ruins of the lower Zabarwan mountain range that were part of a Buddhist monastery were converted into the library and pleasure gardens where Dara and his family spent their summers in Kashmir. Dara Shikoh was a Rasik, a great connoisseur and patron of the arts. More surprisingly, he followed both a Sufi master and a Hindu teacher and had the principal Upanishads translated from the Sanskrit to Persian, from where they went on to be known in the Western world. He wrote a great work of interfaith harmony called the Majma al-Bahrain, the mingling of the two oceans of Hinduism and Islam. Can you imagine that? Many years before even the idea of the Parliament of World Religions was conceived. Inspired by the syncretic and inclusive vision of the Mughal prince, the Dara Shikoh Trust was established in 2008 in Jammu and Kashmir to affirm these values and to reach out to people across gender, age, and religious affiliation. I find that everything is very youth-centered now. And what about us who are beginning to get into the autumn years of our lives? I think we still have a great deal to contribute. Through workshops, seminars, and performances, art and theater, photography and music, discussions on the crises of environment and exploring what education means in the widest sense, and sharing the wisdom of sacred traditions, Dara Shikoh Center has explored ways to deepen and broaden our understanding of the world. We have extended our work to include collaborations with local organizations, support immersive research initiatives in the arts and community, and work in the documentation and wider awareness of folk traditions and contemporary art practices in the subcontinent. Over the years, we've had the joy of inviting wonderful mentors to share their expertise, life experience, and personal messages of hope. Looking forward, as a member of the Temple of Understanding, India, I believe that we could work through collaborations with several regional and local institutions to reinforce an inclusive worldview among those who may never have seen this as a possibility. Those who hold a compassionate view are often lost in a prevailing atmosphere of radicalization and cannot actually speak up because they do not feel that they have the safety net or the support system which will sustain them. I think we need to do this very, very consciously and very actively. I believe that a critical mass of such people exists in this country as well as all over the world, and that we need to reach out and to support each other in a variety of ways. The involvement of young people is crucial to the future of the interfaith movement. I think Alison spoke a great deal about the TOU's work with young people at the United Nations, and this is ongoing work for you. But I think here in India, we just tend to see the same faces around the conference table quite often, or now on the screen. But inviting young people, I did ask my daughter to come, and she said, "Well, I'll give it a miss this time. But if you do think of doing something effectively with young people, maybe I'll join you later. That's the feeling that people have about conferences, perhaps that have a lot of interesting things to say, but are really speaking to the converted. What better way to bring the focus to harmony than through music, for instance? How effectively I've seen theatre, and it could bring alive the contradictions, for instance, in India, between our goddess myths and female feticide. And how marvelous to hear an invocation to the divine through a chorus of children from all backgrounds, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian. This is not a utopian view at all. This is something that I have experienced as a child in the Valley of Kashmir when I went to a convent school and there were children of every faith there. I hope each one of us can work in the spirit of the St. Francis prayer to become a channel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosna. You brought in some very dimension, particularly the importance of the arts of music as elements of harmony in a highly disoriented world. Now, Professor Chandra Mohan will have the impossible task of summing up this two-day webinar in 15 minutes. I don't know how he's going to be able to do it because such a lot has been said, but anyhow, I'm sure he'll do a good job. Professor Chandra Mohan, you are on. Professor Chandra Mohan? Dr. Merchant, can you find Professor Chandra Mohan? I caught a glimpse of Alison there. Yes, here he is. Ah, Mr. Chandra Mohan, unmute yourself, please. No, you're still mute. Can you all hear him? No.
No, he's muted.
I can't hear a word he's saying.
ये तो नहीं करना यहाँ हाँ तो क्या करना है
Now you're on, Chandra Mohan. कुछ
It's
नहीं
okay?
करना है, बोलिए.
It's
Yes.
okay, sir? Okay.
It's all right.
So, sir, with your permission, I would try to sum up the two-day webinar proceedings as follows. The two-day international webinar on conversation of life-enhancing values, no more hate, no more fear, promoting harmony and compassion, organized by Temple of Understanding, India Foundation, and dedicated to interfaith harmony through education, ecological sustainability, in collaboration with the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, McMaster University, Hamilton, Canada, and supported by Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, New Delhi, and Darashkoh Center for Arts, Jammu. The international webinar started on 20th February at 5 p.m. in APJ Abdul Kalam Auditorium at the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences, deemed to be University, New Delhi. The opening plenary session was chaired by Honorable Dr. Karan Singh Ji, founder, chairman, Temple of Understanding, India founder, and chairman, Aurobindo Foundation, Government of India. The program started with the recorded iconic song, Ishwar Allah Tero Naam, rendered immaculately by the great phenomenal singer, Lata Mangeshkar. This favorite bhajan of Mahatma Gandhi soars with the Hindu-Muslim unity appeal in a humble call to God for granting wisdom and strength to us. Quite befittingly, the song imparted the syncretic spirit of interfaith harmony that touches the central theme of the conference. In inaugural address, Dr. Karan Singh highlighted, and I quote, "In the current strangely disoriented planetary situation of deep polarization and uncertainty, I believe our deliberations can have profound significance. The individuals and heads of institutions who are who are addressing this webinar, whether as chairpersons or speakers, come with a wealth of experience in motivating listeners to play a proactive role in providing hope and optimism within and outside their respective communities. There is an urgent need for such support to strengthen the interfaith movement, of which I have been a passionate advocate for the last half century. What we need today is a vibrant international movement for durable and lasting world peace and peace among all religious communities. It is a crucial factor to achieve this. Since 1893, there have been a whole series of Parliament of World Religions on many continents, and these have attracted large audiences, including young people, unquote. Emphasizing the role of Temple of Understanding, Dr. Karan Singh says, and I quote, "We require active organizations in each country to follow up with the decisions and suggestions made in these parliaments of world religions." And further, he asserts, and I quote, "How can we meld interfaith values with our educational curricula is a major challenge for educationists around the world," unquote. Lamenting on the current scenario, Dr. Karan Singh further says, and I quote, "I sometimes get an uncomfortable feeling that the interfaith movement seems to be losing steam and that we end up preaching to the converted rather than spreading the message, particularly to the younger generation," unquote. Referring to Gandhiji's statement that an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind is irrefutable, and his message of peace and non-violence remains relevant over the 100 years since he made it. Meanwhile, in view of the looming environmental crisis, Dr. Karan Singh stated, and I quote, "The interfaith movement has sought to combine creatively with the green movement that is working around the world to save the natural environment from further destruction and where possible reverse the damage." Now, there were 4 more our high-ranking persons who I am summing up like this. Number 1,
Dr. Merchant? Dr. Merchant? Dr. Merchant, he's gone off the line again. Technological glitch. To put it mildly. Bolo Chandramohan ji.
Just call Dr. Merchant.
Doesn't matter, he's speaking, then he wasn't.
We can't understand. He's not speaking. Nobody can hear him.
We have to be lip readers. What she
Don't say.
really?
Bolo ji, bolo. Oh, you're on again.
I can't do anything. I'm right in front of this mic. I don't know whether it is reaching you or not.
Please proceed.
Today, some of the important activities of TOU is addressing the ecological crisis and referred a talk of Dr. Vandana Shiva on world food prices, programs for youth interns with the United Nations, rights of the indigenous women. She concluded by appealing for recognizing the oneness of humanity. Professor Karen Mossman from Canada. I shall summarize what Professor Mossman conveyed, focusing on value and higher education, stressing the important research. Let me quote from her address, and I quote, "We shall share a common goal to live in a world filled with peace, harmony among individuals and societies, and compassion for all. Building life-enhancing values and promoting peace and development is an essential role for the universities. At McMaster, this is critical to our mission of providing strong education programs, nurturing innovative research, and creating positive learning environments to advance the health and well-being societies. For more than 50 years, McMaster has employed problem-based learning as a hands-on approach to learning, helping students to identify their own learning needs as they attempt to understand the problem and to work effectively as a group, to work with and learn from each other. McMaster promotes the student-centered approach with which the outcome and the potential to offer meaningful impact of equity-seeking and historically marginalized students have come. Referring to the immense contribution of McMaster University in emulating the value of Gandhi through Gandhi Peace Festivals Committee run by Professor Rama Singh and colleagues, she stated, and I quote, "The 150th birth anniversary served as a reminder for us to reflect on our personal and professional codes of conduct and realign them with our values. In Hamilton and at McMaster, we focused on fighting hate, eliminating violence against women, and starting a national conversation on values," unquote. Now coming to Dr. Sareen, the director of this place where we are sitting right now, Dr. Sareen introduced a new word, basicalism, coined by him. He shared glimpses from his journey as a medical profession which is highly specialized, referring to the disease of liver, which is on the right side of our body as opposed to the heart, which is on the left. He gave a few examples of how lives would have been saved had to come from this institution, particularly where liver and biliary sciences are operated. He was able to relate the services he provides to the values that have already mentioned by the earlier speakers. He stressed what is important to humanity can be summed up in this couplet. ये मत सोच जिंदगी में कितने पल हैं, ये सोच कि एक पल में कितनी जिंदगी है. Now coming to the last speaker, the director of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, Prati Kaul, I say, she expressed her happiness for the collaboration of SICKI with the ILBS and McMaster University, both of which are very important members of the Institute. She mentioned how it began to perpetuate the memory of Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri. She congratulated both for taking the initiative for organizing this webinar, which was originally supposed to be an international conference in New Delhi last October. So this ends the first inaugural session. Coming to panel 1, the first panel was devoted to a critical topic, namely the environment, which was already referred to in the inaugural address by Dr. Karan Singh. This panel was chaired by this panel was chaired by Dr. B.P. Singh, former governor, who remarked that the other day we witnessed the horrors of Pyar, particularly the nature in Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, resulting in the loss of many innocent lives. He clarified that unfortunately, greed has been accentuated by market forces, which are global in character. He stressed the point that a genuine ecological recovery is possible only through bringing back Gandhian values, mindful of the spirit of Bahuda, that is plural ethos, and referred to his latest book, Geopolitics, Democracy and Peace in 21st Century, in which he has elaborated the subject. Hence, he asserted that we have to move towards ecologized civilization. Vandana Shiva, internationally known for as an eco-feminist, appreciated her long-standing association with the TOU and McMaster University and focused on the bourgeoisie environmental crisis. Yet, even after so much devastation, humanity is not realizing that we are not masters, owners, and conquerors of the earth, nor we are superior to other species, as the anthropocentric dogma would have us believe, and added that current global pandemic is reminding us that we violate the right of the earth and her species at our own peril. From Canada, Professor James Quinn participated in this panel, and he began his presentation with an acknowledgement to the two tribal communities in Canada. He explained the different views of land ownership by describing two belt, particularly that have spread there, have welcomed the European colonizers in the past, and one European style treaty that purchased 3 million acres of land for trivial compensation. The indigenous people, he continued in his address to say that though they had agreed to share the resources of land to harvest what was needed and to keep the environment clean, yet they had to travel parallel paths along with the river of the life in peace, friendship, and respect. And then ultimately, where the colonizers have also treated people, particularly to the Aboriginals, they have not adhered to well to do them justice. He suggested some personal efforts, including reducing personal carbon footprints and also sharing knowledge with the tribals. He stressed that more important measures must come from government. He encouraged electing leadership that was willing to wean us from the fossil fuels and also how quickly to shift the green energy to regulate against coal, oil, and gas. And finally, Professor Quinn concluded by saying that, and he recommended strongly supporting a just recovery from the pandemic that would reduce carbon emissions, reduce poverty and racism, and lead to a clean and equitable world. Now, we come to panel number 2 on the same day, and that is yesterday, and it is based on interfaith. Dr. Iftikhar Ahmed mentioned the commonalities among religions that provide ample ground to stand together to fight the preachers, propagators, and promoters of violence and extremism. Institution of creation and the creator, guide, scripture, workshop, prayers, pilgrimages, good and evil, accountability, punishment and reward, life and death, charity, morality, and the need for eternal justice provide the common ground for both dialogue and promotion of interfaith harmony. He concluded by reciting the following lines, composed by him as the baseline for enhancing human values. No more hate, no more fear, promoting compassion and harmony. And I quote him, amity is better than enmity. Accommodation is better than assimilation. Conciliation is better than confrontation. Coexisting is better than isolation. Dialogue is better than deadlock. Harmony is better than discord. Inclusiveness is better than exclusiveness. Love is better than hatred. Pardon is better than revenge. Peace is better than war. Rationality is better than rigidity. Rise is better than fall. Sacrifice is better than demand. Understanding is better than conflict. And unity is better than divide. Unquote. Dr. Ann Pearson from McMaster University, Canada, made her point in these lines, and I quote, with the help of PowerPoint in an engaging manner, she summarized the teaching and examples set by Gandhi on interfaith harmony and virtue of compassion. Despite this, there is everywhere a lot of violence and hate crimes in the name of religion, and refer to various communities that are persecuted and oppressed. She then recalled many important outcomes of various interfaith conferences, such as Parliament of World Religions. She concluded by saying, no one religion can claim to be superior to another religion. The understanding of one's own religion and the study another belief system can deepen one's own faith. Shri M was unexpectedly taken ill and sent his best wishes for the success of the webinar. And the time was utilized by sharing clips from the document on Juliet Hollister made to commemorate the 60th anniversary of TOU. So this is This sums up first day, and now I come to the second day, that is today. Now, today, as you know, I could not get time to put together as I have done for the first day. However, I will seek your cooperation, and if I skip something, I will request the chairpersons and the paper presenters to please excuse me. Today's first panel started with education. Professor Kavita Sharma, formerly President, South Asian University and Director of IIC, she started, and she divided her, I can divide her comments into 4 points. First, she made a point that the aim of education is twofold, collective and individual, and both need to be satisfied. The individual must not become a useful member of society, particularly it should also grow as a person. This is the underlying point. Society and system of education influence each other. Now, after this, there's another very good point when she says that we are not living in a world that is given to us in its entirety, but in a world being constantly created, emerging and evolving into something more integrated and complex here and now, and not in distant future. Now she says in concluding way that particularly ability to read and write, proficiency, mathematics, all these things, understanding of scientific thought and theory and historical consciousness have to come. Now, what I liked in this comment was that there is we have to, this can only be happen if education concerns itself with the totality of life and not just with responses to immediate challenges. Therefore, she says that there can't be any separation between the two kinds which she has illustrated. We have to create it. And lastly, she says that education must produce ethical persons who recognize the great potential for good in human life and try to cultivate it. It means having such profound respect for each individual that it leaves no room for racism, poverty, exploitation, and like these other things. It is also opposed to dogma and inflexible moral positions. It leads to the realization that sexual preferences, ethnic identity, gender, learning, and physical differences have to be accommodated with dignity, because when we reject them, we not only sacrifice the dignity of those rejected, but of all of us. So this is the fundamental say requirement of the central view of knowledge. Now, what I find in Indian approach, and also the approach which our friend Dr. Rama Singh ji has said in his paper, Truth Matters, why value-based education should become part of our university culture. The value-based parameter has been advocated, I think, in both the papers, which I'm going to refer. Now, Rama Singh ji, he articulated his points very precisely and neatly. He said he would like to make 4 points for messages. A, that figuratively, the variety of reasons, but mainly driven by inequality, mass migration, and fear of losing control on power and privileges is just like he compares it with the fire as it has erupted in a physical sense. But here he also refers it to what is happening in the field of education. Then he says, and I quote, for the first time in history, the majority is blaming the minority. Majority and minority is not relationship of a number of, but power. there is utter loss of respect for fellow feelings and also on the streets and inside institutions. And he quotes Acharya Ramamurthy. He says that everybody wants to be saluted, nobody wants to salute. And then he says that truth itself is under attack. Truth, the very basis of our daily life and human civilization, is under attack. Now, second point which he says is very important, that 20th century's two most profound discoveries are theory of relativity and law of Ahimsa. Gandhi and Einstein brought outside the box and saw the big picture. One was about the outer world and the other about the inner world. The third point relates to university system, and he says that university and the value-based education, as it is indeed today, is a talk of his talk, and he emphasizes that universities are the most important public funded educational institutions with the responsibility of the social change. And then he says that we may not know, but universities are the biggest peacekeeper in society. Tens of thousands of students pass through the campus each day peacefully. They love their universities. And then last point what he says is that the university should provide leadership, and they should gain autonomy, they should gain integrity, they should gain intellectual heritage, they should also provide value-based education to all that. And finally, he makes a point and concludes his paper by quoting Gandhi. Gandhi was a man of age era. Gandhi was a man of age era. Particularly, we have done injustice to Gandhi. We have not taken his words to the world. And to remove any misunderstanding, I know you were not referring to yourself, but to any part, but India as a nation. And then last statement he makes is, what the world needs, sir, is a conversation on values. And you can begin that conversation first at home and then take it into the world. There are no Gandhian values that are also not ancient Indian values. India must be proud of you. World will be grateful to you. I thank you, and he thanks the organizers, particularly Dr. Karan Singh ji and his team for organizing this program. Now, it was very difficult to, because I didn't have the abstract in front of me of Professor Pala, but however, I could see only one thing which occurs in most of the papers, that is emphasis on harmony. And harmony is related into different phases. Either it is our own system, or it is the value system, or it is the arts, or it is appreciated by cultivating both different and cohesiveness. Now, he aims at pointing out that peacemaker, and he says, and he quotes Nehru here, that, and we have already read it somewhere, that when that Nehru had kept this slogan on his table, the real victory is that in which everyone is equally victorious. And this was his strength, but at the same time, people say it was his weakness. But that is a point we are not going to concern here. But Gandhi, more or less, also was a practitioner of truth and reconciliation. This is where homes, schools, and workplaces are deficient, for they pursue competition and performance at all costs. They should remember and that redeeming of so many souls and forgetting the rest of all eternity, but challenge of nurturing both difference and cohesiveness. This is the central point of this paper. Of one extreme leads to disintegration, the other to robotism. Hence, Buddha's prescription of golden means, and so faithfully followed by Gandhi and Nehru, should be prevalent. And this is what the gist of the paper is. Now, this was on a wonderful panel on education. And now I come to the other one, and that paper that is on Gandhi and sustainable development. Dr. Ananta Durat, he director of Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainability, that is UNESCO. He analyzed the emerging technologies and the natural resources, and how Gandhi had emphasized the importance of natural resources conservation, having a symbiotic relationship between man and nature. Simple living, high thinking promotes a minimalist lifestyle that dwells on accumulating less materialistic world, contrary to the idea of consumerism. And in contrast, Anantaji, Dr. Anantaji said that poised at the beginning of the fourth industrial revolution, emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, internet technologies that surround us are mere tools that we can consciously use to improve our lives and are more or less in that form coming there. And then Gandhian values, critical inquiry, experimentation, compassion, empathy, understanding, and respecting the other for being the change one wishes to see, the understanding that nature gives us enough for our needs, but not for greed is fundamental. Therefore, we will need to build our emotional intelligence to balance progress and innovation with compassion and with all beings. So the last line I liked very much, and this conveys the feeling and also his message that mission should be operating Gandhi, and which is missing these days. And he thought that the slogan should go to people through this art. Now, I have read this paper in front of you by Ila Ben, and she has made a point on Gandhi and the SDGs. We have all, most of us have read his monumental book, Anubandh. Anubandh is a practical illustration of Seva, which she founded, and which is an example throughout the world, which could be quoted, how Gandhi's, the Gospels, which they have been converted into practical life. And I need not, since I have read it, but I must tell you two things. When Ila Ben spoke in McMaster University and also spoke in India Habitat Center on these things, and people asked her that in this era of technology going ahead, and what should we do? These are two opposite poles. You talk of one thing, the other, those who are ruling our force, our national image, and also so-called our leaders, they are on a different pole. How do you reconcile between the two? Then the real charge has come to the bottom of, and she says that we have to find out a middle path. We can't leave our globalizing world, the 6 basic needs which she has enumerated, particularly are to be at local level. We have to set off the path of holistic, sustainable development. This is the conclusion which he suggests. And I think this is the conclusion of most of the papers, that is follow the golden mean. On the one hand, it is of course the prioritization. On the other hand, it is the coming to our own heritage, our own legacy. This is what I understood from this scenario, and we can't do it, help it, because this is what the scenario today is. Now, the last paper last paper, these are the two papers. Now, huh?
Priyankar Upadhyay.
Just a minute. Yes. Sorry. Now, well, I was happy to know when I came to listen to Sir, and then I found that it is again the principle of harmony which prevails in this paper also. And of course, this is perhaps the central point when we talk of harmony, and Gandhi's transformative ideas and pedagogies embedded in a syncretic vision is a very popular thing which is coming to all of us after listening to these very illuminating papers. And vision of peace, sustainable development exemplify the core inspiration behind UN Agenda 2030, especially emerging trajectory of sustainable peace as corollary to sustainable development goals. Peace for Gandhi is not just the absence of war or violence, but also a pathway to expand human potential without harming others in the community as well as the larger ecosystem. Predicated on several mutually inclusive concepts such as ahimsa, that is non-violence, satyagraha, truth, community, and also Swadeshi, indigenous, Swaraj, self-rule, freedom from poverty, and empowerment of an individual for self-rule, and Sarvodaya development are indeed very much there, where one could perceive Gandhi's vision of peace and sustainability, which align very closely with the major aspirations of 2030 agenda, so aptly reflected in the tagline. And I quote, leave no one behind. Gandhi's inevitable commitment to non-violence and embedded in his understanding of poverty as the worst kind of violence and its follow-up conceptualization of structured violence echoes well in the holistic temple of SDGs and sustaining peace as its quality. I think this is the summing up of this beautiful paper, because actually I'm happy that all the three papers, particularly on Gandhi, they are very central to our conception of living together, accepting both the poles and follow or bring out a golden mean between the two to survive in this world. The last paper in this session comes from our nice friend, and she works with us in TOU, and we have been talking to each other quite often, and she is very much here and listening to us. And Jyotsna believes what she says, and she has put into practice all what we hear. She is I'm happy when we talk to her, she said, Charmon, unless we put these things into practice, we can't achieve. I'm very happy personally when she picked up Dara Shikoh. No, Dara Shikoh is a model. The way he was persuaded is something eye-opening. But to revive Dara Shikoh's concept of Vedantic philosophy, of his doing those things which he wanted to do, particularly when he was analyzing Vedant, that means our Upanishads, he was so much touched. He said, what is this? What we find in Quran has already been said here. And we have to follow those things here and that way. So I value this paper, and she has brought out a certain very syncretic and inclusive vision of the Mughal prince. And also at the same time, she has followed it up in her that center which she has in Jammu. And going forward, she says that Temple of Understanding, India could work through collaborations with several regional and local institutions to reinforce an inclusive worldview among those who may never have seen this, particularly in this life. And the involvement, last point is very important, and the involvement of younger people is crucial to the future of the interfaith movement. And I believe we can do this by supporting and collaborating with cultural organizations in that form, and also with schools and universities. And what better way to bring the focus to harmony than through music? For instance, how effectively theater could bring alive the contradictions between our gods, goddess, myths, and female feticide. And also, we could marvel to hear an invocation to a divine than through a chorus of children from all backgrounds, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian. I think this is a good end on practical aspects, pragmatic aspects, which we all aspire for. So I think I have tried to do whatever I could do in giving you the summing up of this wonderful conference.
Thank you. You've done extremely well. You have done it brilliantly, if I may say so.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Dr. Merchant, we are already running behind time. So perhaps instead of taking your 15 minutes, you might try to encapsulate your thoughts a little more. Dr. Merchant? Can you hear me, Dr.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karan Singh ji, and all the distinguished friends who are with us. First of all, my apologies that in the process of our conversation on life-enhancing values, there have been certain informality and a few slips. My apologies for that. But it has been two very intense and wonderful time together. And as you said, I will try to just finish in about 5 or 6 minutes because we are short of time. So the way forward, always there is an element of uncertainty, but a few things that can be said whenever we organize such programs and bring together a galaxy of wonderful minds, great people, people with great humanity, and who have exemplified and lived a life which for ordinary folks is an example, which for ordinary folks provides a great deal of learning. And I'm so privileged, and I express my gratitude to all who have participated, and we have been so wonderfully led step by step in our interfaith discourses, in our conferences, in our seminars by Honorable Dr. Karan Singh. I'm truly beholden to you. So gratitude is something that we must reflect upon. And what has emerged is that based on this, we must faithfully capture and accurately present the knowledge, the wisdom, the practical examples, and the sharing of best practices. So many institutions have been involved. And behind the screen also, so many people have worked day and night. So as part of our conversation, which was anchored upon bringing to life two very outstanding human beings, Mahatma Gandhi and Juliet Hollister, we have tried our best to bring together both in terms of the opening plenaries, the 4 panels, and the closing, summing up some very wonderful things that are happening on the planet. And with that sense of optimism, I'd like to say that the interfaith discourse has a future. Because in the interfaith discourse, our consciousness has been always expanding. And although the human history, in terms of its civilizational unfoldment, have had many ups and downs, but if you weigh the positive against whatever has not been positive, we will all come to this conclusion that our human consciousness has expanded to embrace the globe. And there has been a great deal of new learning, and the spirit of bonhomie and camaraderie has flourished in many unique ways, which could not have been possible. So people are willing to set aside divisive tendencies and search for new paths for the shaping of our planet's destiny. So in my individual capacity, I can only reflect, contemplate, and speculate as realistically as possible. So to me, we must not give up on this confluence of religions, because as a system of knowledge, it has contributed immensely. And as Arnold Toynbee put it, that religion is indeed a faculty of human nature. And it is an endowment which has helped us distinguish ourselves as human beings from all other forms of life. And it is human beings alone who can build civilizations, who can understand both the outer material reality, and from the discourses and the presentations that were made by the learned speakers, as well as the chair and the moderators, we have come to that conclusion that we must carry forward. And if this global pandemic, which also has been referred to several times, has done nothing else, it has at least underscored repeatedly that we are interdependent. And if we have to move forward, then humanity must have this power of coming together and finding ways, new ways. So another theme that came up repeatedly was the oneness and wholeness. So if there are 3 major crises today in the world, it can be summed up. One is the great climate crisis, for which we are grappling and finding new ways, tapping on into new technologies, bringing about very far-reaching changes in the way life is organized on our planet today. So there is much that we can benefit from the wisdom that has come to us. The other is the danger of conflicts and wars. Now, in neuroplasticity, there was a mention made that how can behaviors be made to change? Behaviors can be made to change both in terms of individual example, as well as the supportive institutions that we have created. Because Gandhiji has said, there's not simply enough to be a good individual. You have to be a good member of the society. And there are certain wonderful things that have come up, which can be translated into action. The other very important factor was education, because it is education that shapes our worldview. And to this, I might add that since UNESCO has been a very central, the work of UNESCO has been so central to our discourse, the one very important presentation that UNESCO gave to the world was a new curriculum on education. And that document is, to me, most important. And in our Temple of Understanding India Foundation, at least, we have incorporated a lot of it. And that document is Learning the Treasure Within. And here again, personally, and many of us who have been participants to the way Honorable Dr. Karan Singh has presented this document, Learning the Treasure Within, which is anchored upon the 4 pillars, it can provide to all the participants, all the protagonists for the interfaith discourse, a lot of valuable guidance. Because these 4 pillars, learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. The first is the Gyan Yoga, the Karam Yoga, the Sahaj Yoga, and the Atma Yoga. So I feel that if this is dovetailed to our interfaith discourse, we already have an educational package. So we must tap into this. And we have on some occasions at the various parliaments also taken this up. And finally, the Agenda 2030 that came up, though as Professor Priyankar Upadhyay ji mentioned that many of the people are still unaware of it, yet unlike the Millennium Development Goals, which concluded in 2015, the Agenda 2030 or the Sustainable Development Goals with its 17 goals and 169 targets and some 238 indicators came about as a result of a lot of consultation between the government and the experts and the population at large. And Agenda 2030 is really a very powerful document. Its various components, all of them have a tremendous bearing. So I feel that the learning that has come to humanity, if you go back to 1893, when the first Parliament of Religions was organized in the 1 week long the celebration of the Columbian Exposition, the learning that came up was largely focused on how religions can come together. But as it progressed, and after 100 years later, 1993, 1999, the Cape Town, the first was Chicago, Cape Town, then came Melbourne, then came Barcelona, then came Melbourne, then came the Salt Lake City, and then finally last was in Toronto. All of these occasions, which drew thousands and thousands of people together, they brought about a lot of learning. And to me, the one thing that we can do to move forward is to capture this learning and present it to the younger generation in a manner that will trigger their powers of critical thinking, so that they can see religion in a new light. Religion as a system of knowledge, which has a tremendous amount of positive things to contribute, moving in tandem with the other system of knowledge, which is also equally important, which is science. And when both these systems of knowledge, they have a healthy interface, because one of the things that happens among the young interns that the Temple of Understanding New York organizes is to look at these various packages of knowledge that can be internalized and diffused. So I feel that if we have to move forward, these are certain things that can be done. And in the terms of micro tasks, we have to prepare these documents, disseminate it. The second is we have to also sustain our partnership with all the collaborating organizations and institutions. And to this end, the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences has told us that let us make this as a first step in our long-standing collaboration. So we look forward. So I feel that given the limited time, let me conclude by stating that the power of religion and the power of science are both vital if humanity has to move forward. And as we evolve collectively, that process of evolution will help us appreciate to a deeper level the fact, the universal fact, that the true nature of the human being is essentially spiritual, and therefore the true nature of the society at large also is essentially spiritual. And when we have the fusion of this spirituality, then I think we will have understood the message of Mahatma Gandhi and the great passionate zeal and enthusiasm of Juliet Hollister in its greater totality. With these words, I once again thank everyone, and I take responsibility for any of the mistakes and glitches. My apologies, but I look forward to working as hard and as possible and take forward the interfaith discourse and make the interfaith movement a very relevant and practical aspect of our life, especially for the young generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Merchant, for giving us good ideas on the way ahead. There's really so much that I can say at the end of this extremely rich and creative dialogue over the last 2 days. But I will not be able to say that because we're already out of time. I just have 2 or 3 comments. First is that the world is changing dramatically. And by God's grace, I'm going to be 90 in a few days. So I have seen more change than any of you have. And so I can tell you from personal experience how much the world has changed, both outwardly and also technologically, of course, is something which is beyond me, because I am of the pre-computer generation. But it's extraordinary what is happening. The very fact that we can talk like this across continents is a miracle. Let's face it, it's something which is, we take it for granted, but it's astounding. That sitting, 30,000 miles away, kilometers away, we can talk to each other. So the world is definitely changing very rapidly, and we have to be prepared for that change. We have to prepare the younger generations for the change, and our educational structures must reflect the capacity for creative change. And that's where I'm particularly fascinated by this theory of neuroplasticity. That means that our ideas need not be taken as fixed. They can be changed. And Anand didn't mention that, but his institute is trying to develop certain games which will help trigger the Gandhi neuron rather than the destructive games that you see every day and all the violence that you see on television and in movies, which is poisoning the minds of young people. We're trying to build some kind of an alternative possibility there. I would also like to thank now, I'll say about Gandhiji. By the way, I am perhaps one of the few people still alive who's actually met him. I met Gandhiji way back in prehistoric times, because our history begins in 1947 when we became free. So I met him in 1947 before independence, that very year. And it was an extraordinary experience. Of course, I was a very young boy, and I was in a wheelchair to boot. But nonetheless, I insisted on being present when he was there, when he came to meet my parents. And so I was there. I've seen Gandhiji. I've met Gandhiji. And I'm very impressed with all of his teachings. But for me, I would go even beyond and behind Gandhiji. I would go to the Vedanta. Because I feel that in the Vedanta, in the Upanishads, we have all the ideas, the idea of different paths to the divine. The idea that the divine resides in every human being. The idea that we should work Bahujana Sikhaya Bahujana for the welfare of the many, the happiness of the many. All the seminal ideas that we need today, I find, are available in the Upanishads, and many of them were taken by Gandhiji and made into practical acts. So we need the theoretical background, and then we need practical action. I think Gandhiji's great achievement was the way he put into practice the great truths of the Upanishads. as somebody said, you know, Gandhiji, it's not perfect. We had the great victory of independence, and then we had the tragedy of partition at the same time, when millions of people were uprooted from their homes. Tens of thousands of people were massacred on both sides of the border. We can never forget that. In a way, we were non-violent against the British. That's extremely true. But we were not non-violent against each other. And therefore, we have to be very aware of this fact, that we were not able to live up to his ideals at all. In fact, he was not here, as mentioned on Independence Day. He was walking in the streets to try and bring about harmony between Hindus and Muslims. So we have these great concepts and great ideas, the Vedantic concepts, and we need to put them into action. And that is where the interfaith movement, I feel, and the green movement between them can play critical roles. Because these are the movements that bring people together. These are the movements that promote love and peace and harmony and understanding, rather than the negative movements that we find today all around the world. All the violence that we see, all the hatred that we see, all the sort of the way many of our institutions have been subverted. We need to recreate some sense of beauty, some sense of the wonder of being alive. People look for miracles. I think it's a miracle that we're alive. It's a miracle. Our minds are a miracle. It's a miracle that we can think. It's a miracle that we can conceive these great ideas. What greater miracle do we need? We don't need to have any outer miracles. We are the miracle. We are the miracle. And therefore we have within us the capacity and the power and the luminosity to become something greater than ourselves. I think that is the miracle of human existence. And that is the wonder of civilization. So with these words, I want to now thank everybody. I want to thank the McMaster University. We have Rama Shankar Singh, we have Professor Quinn, and of course we have Karen Mossman. They see from the McMaster University. Thank you very much for your cooperation and collaboration. In fact, Rama and I spoke about this across this very table where I'm sitting now 2 years ago, and it is astounding that this has actually become a reality. I'd also like to thank Alison, a very old associate, an old friend for half a century, and the Temple of Understanding. She was really virtually an adopted daughter to Juliet Hollister, and she's kept that Temple of Understanding work alive. And I would also like to thank Anne Pearson, because what she told us about how she was doing work with tribal communities is very interesting, because what she's again trying to do is to put into practice what all of us are preaching. We need both. We need the preachers and we need the practitioners. I think it's only a combination of these two capacities, the capacity to clearly articulate our intellectual theoretical background and the capacity to move that into the sphere of actuality. Both of these are required. Some people excel in one, some people excel in the other. But unless we have the both, we're not going to be able to move ahead. So thank you all very much. And I must thank my own colleagues, my colleagues in the India Foundation, Dr. B.P. Singh, who chaired one of our sessions, Khwaja Iftikhar Ahmed, who chaired another session, and the indefatigable Professor Chandramohan and Dr. A.K. Merchant, who between them have been working day and night. And of course, I can't forget my daughter. You must realize she's my daughter, because everybody says she looks exactly like me. She's much better looking, in fact, than I am. But nonetheless, Jyotsna is also part of this team. So what we will do now, this team will form the editorial board for a publication. I want all these papers properly edited and published so that we have, and sorry, I forgot to mention my friend Dr. Madhavan Pala, which is the way we pronounce his name, who has worked with me in the Nehru Memorial Fund and who completed the 100 volumes of Jawaharlal Nehru's complete works.
Your technical backup, Narinder.
And the technical backup, a lot of people, I don't want to mention the Narinder and others who've helped us with the technical backup. So what I'm saying is the book should come out hopefully by the end of this year. It doesn't have to be a glossy book. It can just be a simple book which brings together all these papers. Because I do believe that what we have been able to articulate in the last 2 days is something that is of real value to contemporary human civilization. So on that upbeat note, I'll take leave of all of you. Thank you very much. Namah Shivaya. Namaste. Namaste. This is the best way now. Give up handshaking now. In the West, please forget about handshaking, forget about kissing. Just fold your hands. It's the most hygienic and the most graceful way to greet each other. Thank you very much. Goodbye. How do we go?